Starting it up. What is up? What is up? Doing this thing. Getting it started. People come on up, you know. I'll be dropping that sooner than later. We might as well, man. Let me hit you with the hit you. Boom, boom. Get a little nothing thought.
Come, get some, you little bum. I take the cake, but you can't get a crumb. From the poetic, authentic, superior, ultimate, and all that good shit. I'm the original Asiatic, acrobatic, there you have it. Now get dramatic, creating drama when I'm on the scene. And I pack 'em in mean, like Bruce Springsteen. I provide a style is mild, and meanwhile, put on trial and rap while in exile. Make it tumble and stumble, and a rumble just crumble. And I'm still calm and humble. You need another helping hand to swing on. I stand alone, but still you gotta bring on your Batman and Robin, Cagney and Lacey. Starsky and Hutch, but they still can't face me. And if I may make this one thing here clear, that's for you not to come near, period. For I ain't bugging or delirious. My swift tongue's like a sword, that's how severe it is. And I can slice and dice a Fisher Price MC that thought he was nice into minute rice. Single-handed, I ain't with that band stuff. Cause see, I scratch the record like flakes and dandruff. And the mic I ravage, not like a savage, but in my own way of doing damage. As I design a genuine line. Now who flat top rules in 89? Warm it up, gang. 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 Warm it up, gang.
Yeah, it's the way to get started. Today, what is going on? I'm seeing hella messages, everything. You know how we got to start this off here anyway. It's Friday. What up? People in the house already. Joe, what are you saying? Double dipping, looking at... No, that wasn't you. Brackets. I am looking at the brackets. I don't even know what we're talking about. Help me out. Yes. Welcome all. Let's get into it, man. What's up, guys? Got Tiz in the house. Everybody else, too. What's that? Lorna, I saw. What up? What are you guys even talking about, man? These bracket things. Joe, are you streaming right now? Are you double dipping? Is that what you mean, man? Somewhere where you shouldn't be? What's up with that, man? And here we have her in the house. What up?
I'm here. Give me like 4 seconds. Just 4 seconds. Hold on.
All right. I feel like I'm super out of loop for some reason here, man. Anyway, it's Friday, man. Welcome, as I was saying, to Last Call Podcast live with the hostess, with the mostest, Josephine, the chatterfist, too. I don't know what's going on back there, but she'll be here in a little bit too, man. And everybody in the chat, Tiz, Lorna, Nerdy Nerleton in the house. How you doing? All the way from Alaska.
All right.
In the far. Wow. All that stuff, man.
I'm kind of here, but
kind of here. What does that mean?
Okay, so I just got past the part where look. Stop telling on me. Tiz, stop telling on me. I can say what's going on.
Are you singing right now? Because I didn't get no messages.
Okay. So
are you live at the moment?
No, I'm not live at the moment.
I'm looking for you. Yeah.
I am not live at the moment. What's going on is that I'm sectoring a little bit. And so I was waiting for the part of the brackets where it's showing like me and YM. So now that part just passed. So now I'm over here.
Oh man, we're the leftovers. You hear that, guys? We're the
No,
leftovers
this
in the
show
house
is
over here.
already.
God damn.
Listen, I didn't know it was gonna run. I didn't know he was gonna
What you
break
thinking,
down.
you guys?
I thought he was.
Damn.
I thought he was just gonna do just the brackets, and then the show ends in an hour. Like that's just what he does. But he's explaining his reasoning for the bracket, so I was listening.
You
And
guys, you guys
and
stay because of me.
and
Don't leave because Josephine's nonsense. Stay because of
and
me, man. Don't go running away because we're her sloppy seconds and shit. What
listen, no, and then
Manual in the house. Brother
and
of a
then
certain age, Black Anonymous.
and then I'm doing a show on Sunday, I guess.
You
So
did you did
I
decide on
decided, yeah,
Sunday afternoon, a little cool down. It's hot in these
yeah,
YouTube streets.
yeah. I guess it's by request. I guess so.
You want to give a little preview to it, and you know,
Well, okay, so
yeah, come on.
okay, so I'll just give you a little something. Okay, so we already did this on your channel. We reviewed Umar Johnson's movie on your channel, gave our
Sure
serious.
did.
So for the sector, I'm going to review it there, but in a more unserious, comical way. And yeah, so so um, it's supposed to be.
You're gonna view the whole movie.
No, we're not gonna. Well, I clipped it, so I'm gonna clip the movie, and we're gonna like review roast the movie, and on an unserious. Well, yeah.
Okay. All right. And anywhere did you see the latest developments? As we might as well just shoot right into it of this of the sector there
Yeah, yeah.
with this guy, and so you saw she was on, shout out Lennon Honor's channel. She was on there again. I believe that's a second or third time. You
Mm,
know, she had a whole lot to say about this case that came out, and that she had receipts that she was in fact paid by one Umar Jackson, whatever you want to call him, the 68 G's. And people are like, where do you get this money? He's playing people. Miss Murph, what up?
I,
Um,
I'm gonna give you my take on it, but continue.
right. And well, I thought about what you might think about the interview and how she kind of portrays herself in that. Part of it with the deal is exactly that. Uh, the final product versus all the adversity that she says that she encountered during the making of this, and whether it justifies that product or not. How she speaks of her work, you know. I want to have sympathy for this, or at least a little. I find myself struggling to be like, poor her, poor, like a lot of people in the chat, with that as well. But I was thinking, does that reinforce your initial thoughts about her, or did that necessarily give you a little more insight into how she operates?
Well, I'm gonna be blunt at first. I think she's lying. I don't think that Umar Johnson settled with her at all. And I am investigating this whole thing right now. So it will be, uh, it will be news. But I don't believe he gave her anything, and this is why. Okay, so I was listening to her a while ago, and she was saying something about how, and your music is louder. That is calm
Oh,
down.
sorry.
Yeah. Um, she was saying something about how she filed a TPO against Umar Johnson, and they denied it. Well, I've been trying to find it. You know what I'm saying? Like, see, legal paperwork is important. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So first, he's harassing her, right? then it's like, I think he ghosted her, in my opinion. I think he ghosted her. I think he's been avoiding her. And so she's making it seem like at first she said, I filed this TPO and they denied it. And then a week later, she's saying that he settled out of court with her and they talked to lawyers. And when has Umar ever had a lawyer? Let's just say that. And now he didn't settle out of court with her. So it doesn't add up. It doesn't make any sense. Um, I was told before I can get to it that if they settled, then why is she talking about it? Because like if I settle out of court with you, there would be some terms that say like, you will not be talking about this, blah blah blah. So you're telling me that Umar gave you all this money and now you're still talking, smack?
Even with that, there are restrictions that she has of the information that she could speak about. Some stipulation that he put in there, some language that she couldn't use certain materials to produce certain receipts.
Right. She's claiming. That's what she claims.
Okay, I hear you. I hear you.
And it's really weird. It's because a lot of people are believing her, which is crazy. And I'm just like, are you guys like is it
Okay,
just
so two questions for you.
what?
What is she not coming out forthright and really saying beyond all the clouds here and the mudslinging and everything? What exactly, like, she's doing a lot of talking, but what exactly is she not saying, and why would she do it?
Look, let me just say this. I don't know. It just seems really, really suspicious to me. Like Black Anonymous said that he had an image of the check, but it just doesn't add up to his MO. Like Omar Johnson has a huge track record. And one of his track records is ghosting people. Okay. He's very good at ghosting people, especially if they are coming for him, even if for financial gain and all this other stuff. Her first approach to it was one way, and now she's saying that oh man, he settled, he this and that. I have this check to prove it. We don't know. We don't know if the check is legitimate. We don't know if it's his signature. We don't know if he even had that amount of money. What I'm saying is there's no legal document in any court of her going after him and he actually showing up. He barely show up for child support court. So it just doesn't make any sense. He would be better off going to court with her. It just doesn't add up. Like I know what people are saying. I know this whole Lynn and Honor stuff, whatever, but it just doesn't sit right with me.
What does she have to gain by making that up then? And going that far to produce so-called receipt?
So I clipped in her movie, right? When she has at the end of her movie, she has an image of her and Umar Johnson, right?
Okay.
And in that last clip, she looks a lot different than she does now. Back then, in that image, she looks a lot more vibrant, a little bit more youthful, a lot.
Okay. Then, I could see what you're talking about.
Yeah. And then now when we see her, well, yeah, he's known for harassing women. But if you see her in the movie, she doesn't look like she doesn't look like how she looked.
Even on camera today, I'll step in. Yeah. Even on camera today, making these short little videos and whatnot, she looks bothered. She looks, and this is no put down for women or anything. I'm just saying my thoughts coincide with the same observation, is that she looks a little run down. She looks very tired, like she's been through it. She also mentioned in Honor's interview that she's been for therapy as well. that she also charged to the case. You know, so yeah, I look. She tries out these different styles with straight hair, the natural hair, this sort of stuff, makeup. She's a little bit, I think, of an older woman.
Mm.
Uh, as a dude, I notice things of how natural you could put on makeup and how that looks. It looks very forced. There's a force thing with her that I see right now, and not against her or anything like that. This is
Oh
what I
no,
see, and it could be
it's
simply
just
because of the stress and the strain that she's endured, and you
I
know,
don't, but honestly, it doesn't go with his MO. And I agree with Black Anonymous. He does harass black women, a certain type of black women too. Look,
right, right.
this sounds clearly like someone else that we know who did an interview with KKC. And when I was listening to her interview, I thought the way she was describing what she was going through, it made it seem like she met him. She said she was talking to all these women on the radio. Like she could attach herself as one of those women who had this negative experience with Umar and putting herself in that environment, right? But we got to remember there was at some point there was a Tiff Phillips, not I mean sorry Tiff Pete, I mean Tiff Griff. I'm sorry, I'm saying
All
Tiff. Yeah,
right. Yeah.
Tiff Griff. There was other women who can actually stand out and say, okay, he's done this, he's done that. I honestly, unless I see some court records, and and these things are very accessible. I just don't believe her. I really don't. It's like to me, I think he ghosts her. I think that she said, like when
I
she
want
said,
to clarify. I want to clear. What exactly don't you believe you're saying?
I don't believe that Umar Johnson settled out of court with her and gave her $6,800. I don't believe
68,000.
68,000. I don't believe that she filed a TPO. And I mean that I don't believe that he was harassing her. Because if he was, how come she didn't win her TPO? And how come there's not a record of her TPO being
I was just
filed?
gonna add, right? There's no
And
logs, no chat logs, or any of that exchange. Okay, I'm with you so far.
right. And so that was a week ago, a week and a half ago, and then all of a sudden a week later, it's like she wants this settlement against him. If she didn't have a case for the TPO, what case did she really have? Because the TPO is a very, very strong. Like because I know in some states, if a person is clearly harassing you, you file, and then there would be police reports. Where are those?
Okay. I mean, there's that, and maybe she covered some of her bases very well by saying, they wouldn't take the police report and things like that too. Um, I would imagine she would want to release, anything for transparencies that would be necessary. Uh, I
That's
don't
not.
know in some of those cases. I mean, the same way I don't want to be taken by anybody that is in the same that's on the same tier of manipulation as an Umar might be. Like that's a certain level where people play at, where I'm just not concerned with that. You know what I'm saying? And if it's that, and if I fall for, I guess that grift or whatever the saying would be with that, what does that say about my judgment in the past of, dividing what could be one and the same? They're like the same people almost,
Well,
because she wants to play the fire with fire. And I do hear that maybe she's not as innocent, although I think the more expression that I look at it, maybe she bit off a little more than she could chew, but she still was
I, I
biting off the
think
plate.
I think that there's a mental component there, and it's always been there. Okay, I think that over time it could come out. As you get older, women go through things. Okay, I think that she was very interested and very. I don't necessarily think it's like even on a sexual level of Umar Johnson. I think she was just And that, it's just like starstruck, whatever you want to call it.
I think she
But it's
likes also notoriety of things.
Mhm.
She likes titles, she likes stuff like that. It's very
Yeah,
apparent.
and
Accolades.
people are giving her a lot of attention. She's getting a lot of followers behind this. She's I still, I just, if there was like court record of this, maybe I would be convinced. But it's easy to find. Like when you file a TPO against somebody, it's easy to find that. Like court records are online. They can't find anything. It just didn't make any sense how she claimed, she filed this TPO and how he was harassing her, and then she said they denied it. If I was Umar Johnson and you couldn't get a TPO against me, I'm definitely not paying you anything. So number two,
Get
yeah,
on social media and brag about it.
right. And then number two, it would be more if I settled for 68,000. I knew that people, and I was Umar Johnson. It wouldn't be just, don't mention some of the things in this. If this, it would be more like you would not be talking about it, and you definitely wouldn't be on Lynn and Arnor's channel talking about it. That would be part of it. Um, she never even said anything when she filed for the TPO. She never even said anything that she was talking to him about a settlement. And the other thing is, she said that her lawyer and talked to Umar Johnson's lawyer. Umar Johnson doesn't have a lawyer.
Well, apparently he did for this, she said.
Well,
From
what's the lawyer's
from
name?
Cleveland.
What's the lawyer's name? See what I'm saying? Cleveland. Come on. So, like I said, you gotta believe what y'all want. But listen, I use my
No, I'm
critical.
just saying. I'm telling you what the discussion is.
Yeah.
I'm telling you what the information that's out there. I don't know. I feel like I haven't even really laid out a true opinion of what I think.
Yeah, I have. I'm
Yeah.
investigating it, but I can't see him like even wanting to go back to Cleveland or being how you there's no court records in Cleveland about him. Sometimes when you file a TPO, right, they'll grant it for like until that, and then that person can reject that TPO. So, oh, and that's a good question. So you wondered how Umar Johnson got the money to pay the 30K bill with the city of Wilmington. So I did a little investigation, like I told you I was going to do. So, well, I found out those buildings are not on auction at all at this time. So I contacted that office. However, when I contacted the other office, the lady, well, I was working. The lady called me back and left a voicemail because what I wanted to know is, are those buildings in her name, like in his name still? That's what I wanted to know from her. And
How
so,
would you? Is that legal for her to give that information?
yes, yes,
Okay.
yes, yes.
Okay. I wasn't sure. All
Yeah.
right.
So it's legal for her to say who owns those buildings. Online, it doesn't tell you exactly currently own those buildings right now. So that's why I was calling her. But whenever I called her, it kept going to her voicemail. But what's
Yeah,
weird was I didn't even leave a message and she called me back and left a voicemail.
oh, is that real?
Yeah, it was a black lady too in that office.
Okay. No, but what did it sound like she was taken off guard of what you were asking, or was it pretty natural?
It was natural, like part of her job.
Okay.
Like I spoke to
Okay.
the officer. Yeah,
It
part of
wasn't
him.
like, oh yeah, let me look into that. Click, click,
Yeah,
click,
like
click,
it was like
click. All right, I don't know. I don't know what to think about all that, man. It's just, it sounds like you got all the info for your show lined up. What's Lauren saying?
oh
I
no,
believe this
well,
seems to
no,
thrive on attention. Most people, yes, indeed,
my show is
indeed, Laura.
my show is the dry roasted movie, but it's a sector show, so it's not going to be any seriousness behind any of that. But over here is a little bit different. But no, what I do want to say is I'm investigating. If anybody can, wants to send me an email
Hit
about
up the
court,
Chatovich.
any court records is on my channel. My emails on my channel. Any related court records between Umar Johnson, because we can find court records about Umar Johnson from other places, but there is
Sure,
no,
sure.
yeah, there's no TPO, there's nothing out of Cleveland at all. So, and it would
Guy
make
is
sense.
just a mess. Just a mess being around Umar, man.
Well, the thing about it is
Jesus.
when you get scammed, you can act out of out of your out of character. Like when people scam, like being scammed, I mean, it could throw you for a loop. Believing in somebody. This woman believed in this man and his mission. Like she really believed in this man and everything, but at the same time, she wants notoriety and she wants attention too. Now, she's seeing people showing up. Next thing you know, her cash app is gonna start coming up. Showing up. And if if he gave her all that money, right, she should be doing financially fine. She shouldn't be asking for anybody. She should be able to recoup whatever losses she claimed that she has. But I think that is more to it than that. I think that it's a it's a scam. I think she's being disingenuous, and I think she's not being truthful.
There's something there.
Yeah.
Well, let's admit there's definitely something there, mixed with her personality and her motives as well. So then the golden question is that what's leading this whole thing, or ego? Maybe a hunger for that attention and even more accolades. And because the more this draws her away from that, she compensates by going hard at Umar, or just like Umar, creating the smoke and mirrors. This is the distraction for now. This is it.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. I feel a little sorry for her because I'm gonna tell you this. If it comes out that she is not being honest, they're going to eat her alive in this space
Mm,
because she's
mm.
not accustomed to. She don't understand this space at all, and you
No,
can,
I don't think so.
yeah, and you can tell. And if it turns out, if a sonar is put on her and they start digging, right? Like me, I'm gonna look and just move on and say, "Yep, that's what it is." Next, but there's not people like that in this space, in this in space. And remember, Umar Johnson has a lot of, you know, all we on lock got we on lock get a whole.
Ugh. Ugh. Can't mention that weirdo.
We
Not
on
even
lock.
because it's a Umar thing. That dude's just a fucking weirdo, man. I remember checking his station out like I don't know 2 years ago, and then bumping back over here when his name came up. Because Snappy Yankee hates his guts too. Well, most people are just like, who the fuck is this guy? Oh yeah, I was even in his chat a couple times and got blocked when I questioned something or said something smart. And God,
Yeah,
he's another one I forget about.
he's just so starstruck. He's and like I said, we could be dealing with a female virgin on Wheel and Lock. Like you don't know, and then she just kind of woke up out of it, so you really don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't know, man.
yeah, him too. And then there's another one. Oh, he got a female name.
Yeah, the female name.
My nerves, because he really believed everything that Umar says. Like he's another one. Yeah, yeah.
Is that who?
See,
Black Anonymous the same? Baba Davis?
because We Unlock is part of the kind of the sector and Umar Johnson sector too. No one really took We Unlock that serious because we already knew that he was on the spectrum.
Oh
So
yeah. It's under
when
there.
it came to when it came to him talking about Umar Johnson, we are like, bro, go on, sit down. So
Yeah, okay. It just defends this guy to the death. It's the wildest thing, man. Do you think Bubba David believes Umar's shit, or is he just like, whatever, we're gonna have this guy on? Like, he's either here or there. He really doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, it's just like with like a lot of us, we're like, we used to roast Umar Johnson, but see, at the end of the day, like I tell people this all the time, you have to hold the people who follow Umar Johnson. You have to hold them to the fire. When I came and I saw the BS that Umar was saying, which a lot of it was bullshit. I started questioning the people who follow him. Like I would ask them, I'm like, have you ever read an IEP? Like, have you ever, like, because who told you? Did they tell you your kid needs to be on medication? What school district? And then they never had an answer. They never had an answer. So then after a while, I was thinking to myself, I was like, well, he's just like anybody else. Like, if it's not him, then it's going to be one of those guys from the FB, SETI or whatever. Like it's gonna always be somebody that they have to get behind the cheerleader behind. And it's like Charlemagne the God is not like the authority or anything. They do stuff for ratings and they like the fact that when he goes onto the show that people are like talking about it. Like, oh, Umar's on there. Why did you let Umar on there?
Let's
And that's
say, let me get in there for a second with the
sure.
Dame Dash interview. The Dame Dash, sorry, interview. Will agree with something. He aired out dirty laundry, which he shouldn't have done it on that platform, but about Charlemagne's image,
Right.
and he was the wrong person to actually point those things out about Charlemagne. Also, though,
Right. But see, Charlemagne, like I never really liked Charlemagne at all either. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
man.
Remember, this is the same guy that had a history of trying to change his life, claiming that yeah, I was at this party and I was this girl was under
Yeah,
all that stuff going with him. He's wishy washy. He doesn't know a lot. He's not that educated. He also admits that he had to seek mental health services himself. So
wasn't sure about his self. He had a lot of self-esteem issues that he's had to work on too. And remember where he came from, right? He really, I remember, and I've seen those clips when he was on the Wendy Williams show, and he was just this little, like he's a little bitch. There, he was the bit like the office bitch kind of deal. But he also got no respect from any of the guests or anybody that came on there too.
and I just wanted to reply to Black Anonymous. Black Anonymous, everybody knows that teachers do not prescribe medication. They're not even allowed to bring it up. Um,
Right.
Doctors even nowadays will try to reduce the dosage when the kids are not even at school. They will tell the parents like, this is not a long-term fix. Kids need to it's the environment that matters. So these are things. This guy was still talking about Ritalin as if it was one of the class drugs, and then he started talking about Consorta. That they've already moved to different class of drugs. They have figured out ways to try to to deal with the classrooms and things like that. His Omar Johnson doesn't have contact with kids. He's just talking to parents who don't even put their kids on IEPs unless they realize that an ADHD can give them a social security check. And that's what he's not understanding. There are parents, if their kids are severely out of control and have to be on medication, have been linked to actually getting social security check for these kids. It's another form of income for them. So it's like he doesn't, he's saying all these things and he's talking like I looked up and like I'm in Texas. There are like a lot of therapists and therapists and psychiatrists here and stuff like that. Like you can see it's so easy to talk to one, and there's a lot of them that look like us. So it's like, so um what did he say? He got sent to a mental hospital when he was young for
Big,
15
what up?
years. They put him on Prozac and Ritalin together. And is that a white guy?
Thanks for sharing, Jake. I know you posted my other stuff on your channel too, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Welcome. Welcome.
There's a lot of ignorant people out here, Black Anonymous. Like, remember, just look at the last election. They'll tell you a lot. So there's a lot
Or
of people
anything.
that don't read. There's a lot of data smog out here. There's a lot of people that's looking for like short ways to get information, which is why TikTok, I was kind of celebrating when they was about to get rid of TikTok, because you can't learn something in a short
Right.
amount of time. Like an 8-second video can't give you anything, which is why context is everything. But anyway, that's just a plug.
Context matters. It's
Yeah.
everything.
So
Mm.
so so that's the problem that I see. It's like if it's not Umar Johnson, remember it was who was that guy that I don't like that was ripping off people? Jay Morrison. It's always a hustler. It's someone always hustling somebody else, right? So we can chase down all the Umar Johnsons in the world, right? But then we can educate the people about how these things really are. But at the end of the day, people are going to give their money to this jackass, and they've been giving their money to him, right?
Yeah.
But it's not the amount of money that people think. That's just what the problem is. Like, people think that this man is getting thousands and thousands of dollars when he charges. Like, I saw a link. I think I sent you guys a link where he charges 5,000 and 10,000 for a speaking engagement.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
I
That's the budget. These places have a budget, especially the schools, for speakers to come. You know. And yeah,
so the
5,000 up is
IRS,
negotiable.
right?
But
So if
yeah, around there.
the IRS pays attention, if they have an investigator pay attention to how many times they've seen him speaking somewhere, they can come after him just off of that. Like, hey,
Mm.
how much money did you make speaking here? Let me freeze your accounts. Let's find out what's going on with that. So at the end of the day, if he has the buildings or not, he's gonna play it off like that. He's gonna play it off as if they took the buildings from us, fam, or he's going to continue on trying to scam. But what we do know is that he hasn't been back up at the buildings, and he's still looking around the corner. Poor.
There might be one where he visited the buildings lately, but only one, and of course for a limited amount of time. With some of the things there too, what you just said, one of the things I thought of, which should be a main concern, is I would bet hands down 100% that he's not reading or keeping updated on the latest journals and materials that have to do within his field when he was practicing. So his methods, some of his methods, some of the things, because it's a mantra, right? He's really just kind of saying the stats, some of the obvious of where the stats lean, and where you should look for your child for concern and stuff. But there's no real, like, well, they did a study in 2023 or whatever, and during COVID, and came out with this. There's nothing new to everything that he spat out there. That should be a concern to a lot of people. But again, when he talks about it, he talks about his credentials in the present tense. I'm the best, this, blah, 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 blah. Who else goes around and da, da, da. So, some of these gullible people that follow him wholeheartedly will hear this, and they won't ask those questions. When's the last time he even picked up a journal or took a course, did a little refresher of what they're doing, sort of deal, maybe even a certificate? No, when he cut off, like, 15 years ago, whatever it was, there's been no updates, because we see how he lives, to update himself with the latest anything that's going on, to help the issues.
But the thing about it is, like, just like there was a Marianne, there's another Marianne. It's just like when I'm cutting the video, right? And I'm cutting through the scenes and I'm really rewatching it this time from a comic lens, and I'm like seeing things, and but I'm noticing the interaction of the people, like this small little set of people or followers that following him, that just you know they're not living, they don't have a large amount of money. They're part of the uh community that kind of is not um they're part of the community that's not really how can I say, like, they don't engage with other parts of other groups of
Okay.
people.
Okay.
So they're limited,
Okay.
you know. Yeah,
I just
I read
just wanted to.
I read I actually had Umar Johnson's dissertation, and it's just written like a
Right. I remember you said that.
yeah, I was talking to Black Anonymous.
Mhm.
What I would say about Umar's dissertation is that depending on the kind of school that he went to, because a lot of people don't do a little research on levels of college education that some people have, like going to a school like let's say going to a school like Everest College is not on the same level as going to school, like going to Southern Cal or something like that, right?
Yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
the same. So the educational level, so his dissertation is written at the level of oh, that's my dog. Hold on for a second.
Like you weren't impressed by it there. Black Anonymous says you have the form. That just brings me back to why doesn't he have something like an app or something online, the website where that could be done digitally. You don't have to take notes, this, that, the other. You can actually have a program. He's so disorganized. And the phrase, you work harder, not smarter. He really worked against himself in many, many ways. Just unbelievable, to fill out, like, again, I'm surprised this idiot isn't getting paid by social media.
Well,
That's so
the thing
terrible.
about it is that Umar Johnson is a psychopath, right? Like, and you hear the term a lot. When people think of psychopath, they think of a serial killer. They don't really honestly understand that there are people that actually are, functional people that are psychopaths. He doesn't empathize with people. Even in the movie when he was acting, I was saying to myself that he did better acting when he was pretending like
Mhm.
he was going at SETI than he did in this movie. Like
Mhm.
that
Mhm.
was the best acting ever, right? If he could have only held, if he only could have did that. But Umar Johnson is not, he could be on the spectrum. We clearly know that he probably is one of those people that was diagnosed with ADHD. That's the reason why he's angry about it. He has this, it's something about it that he was, the stigma of him being classified as that as a young person, having some difficulties, and then going to school and trying to overcome it. You can see it, he's carrying it with him. The problem that I have with Umar is that don't put that on everybody else. Like like you don't have enough information about it to and you wasn't trying to understand it. And it's funny to me how he always say the Black community, and they're trying to they're using this to put Black people this and that, when I'm telling you that there's a lot. When I first heard about ADHD, right, it was because it was a bunch of white, kids of other ethnic groups, of the non-blacks who were actually on Ritalin. It wasn't us that was on it at first. So that's kind of weird, right? To me, for him to be so saying that they're using it to put these kids in a certain situation. When the first
Right.
time I heard about Ritalin was when I was in like I think I was in junior high, and then it was some kids, they were, you know starting that diagnosis of ADHD, but it wasn't us.
Yeah.
We
Yeah, I
weren't.
kind of remember the introduction, or when I became aware of it, when the words started popping up, you know, and it didn't feel like it was for us at all.
We weren't addressing mental health issues, but what we were seeing is in like poor neighborhoods and communities. Because I went to a school earlier on in my life. I had a very good kindergarten teacher, but my third grade teacher used to drink all the time. And I just remember um, that we were just all in the classroom and we barely did any work. And then I went to another school, and that school was a lot better, in a better area. And I wasn't the weird part about it is I wasn't playing catch up, which is I caught up as really quick, but I was like a year behind because of the teacher. She used to drink, come to class. The kids were very rowdy and very disruptive, and I wasn't in a special education class at all. Like, I just remember it was like third grade. I just remember that's all I remember. I just remember she used to drink every day. Nobody said anything because we used to get away with everything, you know.
Now,
So
how would you know that as a kid if your teacher drinks? I gotta ask you that.
okay, so she used to have, because first of all, I grew up in Chicago and we grew up fast. And so she used to have this she used to have a coffee mug, and she used to pour like vodka in it, and she used to have vodka bottles, and then she used to have them in her car. I'm
Okay, all right.
I'm the generation where the kids would go to the store with a note and buy cigarettes and beer for their family. Like, we're the generation, remember?
Yeah, yeah. Should be
we
able to do that shit.
Right, we're the grown people. We were the adult kids generation. We were the ones that we were the ones where all the cousins would be in all together in the room, and the parents and the family be on. They would have a bar, and they was
Man,
on
I just remember
stage.
that.
Yeah,
Remember that. Well, at one point we were kind of like the party house a little bit. My parents worked during the week and whatnot, but couldn't wait to let loose, and family members and people have those house parties. The red light bulb and the yellow light bulbs be in the basement and stuff. Be waking up Saturday morning, watch cartoons, just be bottles and wine glasses and cigarettes and stuff. My parents in the 70s and 80s like that. We were that house, man. People like, waking up, the shit that I used to do a few years ago, when just partying. I wake up, time to go. All right, this was the house. So yeah, man, I know those vibes. I get what you're saying. I
and
just I just wanted to ask, and maybe there's people listening like, how do
then,
you know? We ask the questions in here, man.
but the funny thing about that, with like Omar, like, there's so much information that he could talk about today, and he would be people would listen to him, and he would talk, and like, he could talk about kids eating hot Cheetos and how it's tearing up their stomachs. He could talk about kids drinking energy drinks, like Lorna just said, and how those energy drinks are causing behavior related to behavior problems. Like, he could take it a lot further, but he's
Sure.
he's a psychopath. He's walking around here, uh that little bit, I just don't think that he's gotten like all this money that people are claiming that I think it's all a front.
Okay.
Now,
Okay.
do I think that he's gotten a lot of money? Like, yeah, like, especially during the pandemic, people online, they know what to, they couldn't go out, so they was giving their money away left and right. I know people who've gotten $3,000, $5,000, $8,000 in a short span, just sitting on the internet talking on YouTube. So it's possible, but I just think he runs through that money, you know.
Yeah.
And yeah, he has to be paying, using some of it to pay his child support, because he would be in jail right now. He
Yeah, I think he juggles those funds around. I think that's the best way to describe that. He kind of juggles it around to fit what it needs to fit to pay, not even to pay off enough just to whatever's gnawing at him, whatever's a threat. To then he
Yeah,
deals with that. There's no actual regular strategy that he has to for living at all. I believe he plays catch up all the time, and
exactly.
that's it. Yeah, his only motivation is to keep anybody off his back, for the time being, you
So,
know.
so the question is, how do we, how do we, um, how can we tell that we're dealing with a psychopath, and what do we do in the Black community to avoid getting caught up with a psychopath? Because that's just what he is. He's a psychopath.
How do you even identify it in time? Because you're right, saying all these guys that you want to list with, I guess we could call them influencers or whatever. uh, They all turn out to lose it. You know, all of them when they spaz out, and that's kind of just the thing I look out for personally. Like if people can't control themselves, or what it's like when the odds are against them, or when they're, facing some shit, how they kind of either they crash out or they can explain themselves articulately and stuff. And it really takes that. I remember
Well,
a lot of them did that. They want to come back, and then they want to come back. This is how low they think of their audience. Then they start berating their audience about that. Remember Zaza Ali, the way
yeah,
she just flipped in that ratchetness, like she was all proper, like when she's talking about this money. When it came back, she was snapping on fools. Umar snapping on fools. All these other guys that just jump on here when it doesn't go their way, and they got a lack for words, no articulation with it, and they're truly emotional rather than dealing with the logical of it. Man, that's when you see that, oh man, it's not even like they're like everybody else. They're worse than everybody else,
but
you know.
what you have to look at is how they live their life. Like the one telltale sign that got me is, okay, Umar Johnson wants to help Black boys. Now his excuse is he doesn't have any black boy children. He has girls. But we know that Umar Johnson has nephews and cousins. So you don't help, you got, community starts at home, like within. So my first question to Umar is, okay, you may not have any, what are you doing for your nephews? What are you doing for your relatives? Well, and then if he starts coming up with excuses, that lets me know, like, no, 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 like, you got to show me. You can't just show me one or two or this Black mother that you helped. I gotta see Umar Johnson like actually engaging with the males in his family. Like, that's important. Like, what relationship do you have with the males in your family? Because apparently you don't have a good relationship with your dad. So let's scratch that. What about your stepfather? Okay, let's scratch that. What about your nephews? What about, your sister's kids? Like, what are you doing for them? Are you helping them maneuver through life? And so that's the telltale sign. A psychopath is not living the life that they're trying to portray to you. Like the things that he's saying, stuff about, the Black queen, and how he, like, bro, you got to be married to be even talking to me about
Or in some sort of it was some receipt of a real relationship, not a
right.
hit and quit. Yeah, yeah.
Not a well, it would have worked out, but it was the mother, like, or it would have worked out, and then there's no accountability. There's not a man saying that, listen, I was young in those relationships, I didn't have an understanding
Right,
of what
right,
I wanted to be. It was more like they wanted to get pregnant. They wanted, and then, like, you're a man.
right,
Life starts
right.
with with a man. Listen, I always tell men this all the time. Every woman that you sleep with has the potential to be the mother of your child, period. Just think like that.
Yeah.
If you think like that, they have the potential. If you sleep with them, that's going to be that she has the potential to be a mother of your child. It could be
You
due
might be
to
a little more careful. Yeah.
right. You might be a little bit more careful, and they're not teaching boys that. Like if you tell a male that life starts with you, no, it starts with a woman. No, no. You pick the sex of a child. That sperm picks when that sperm hits that egg, that's when you begin that child's life. Like that's you. That's you. You that is that woman, can you see that woman? Oh no, I just make her have an abortion. You know what I mean? So what I say all that to say is that with psychopaths, they're never living the life that they want everybody else to live. They're
Right.
not doing any of the work. They're just telling you what it is. And so they're not even speaking. And when they do speak from experience, you have to ask yourself, is he talking about himself? Was he on? Did they try to put him on Ritalin? Some of those things. So that's how you can tell that you're dealing. And then in that movie that I'm going to review on Sunday, the woman was like, the mother was telling the daughter, well, all men, men, all most men cheat.
Mm.
Like you're getting bad advice from a woman. This lady actually recorded that conversation. Like as a woman, there were some values that I saw in this movie that I was like, why are you going along with any of those things?
Right. Like that's the message you wanted to portray. Like out of everything, all the weak dialogue and everything, you put that in there.
Yeah, that was important for me as a black woman to say, why would this woman mother be encouraging her by saying, all men cheat, and but you're number one,
Yeah.
and
It was
why
very
was
weird.
encouraging her that, listen, this man may not be in the plate where he is in
Red
life
flags.
right now, and what he's trying to do, he's not able to commit to you. And I'm gonna keep it real simple. Umar Johnson can't even commit to a roof over his head, a nice comfortable bed. So he definitely can't commit to you. So he definitely can't commit to a school. If you can't commit, listen, let me tell you something. You can't commit to sleeping in a nice, consistently in a nice, comfortable bed and keep maintaining a roof over your head. You can't do nothing for anybody.
Yeah.
And that's and I'm speaking mostly to women. Like, listen, ladies, stop falling in love with a man's potential. Look at where he is right now. Can you handle that? No. You can't expect a man like Umar Johnson to commit to you. He can barely, commit to a school, but he can't commit to washing his clothes like he sometimes I saw him, he was looking like disheveled, his pants were dirty.
Dirty.
You know,
Wrinkled up and dirty.
exactly.
I wonder, and this is big, wishful thinking, if whatnot. If he were in his daughter's life, how differently his path would be. Even if he's somewhere down the road, he thought about, opening a school, even for black boys or whatever. But I believe if he were in his daughter's life, and I think Lennon actually confirmed on his show a few nights ago that there is, in fact, a fourth baby mama of Umar that
Yeah.
they tracked by child support in certain states and whatnot. So, if
Right.
Lenny's saying that, he doesn't say it without proof, but that is what they are saying there.
Right. But at some point, Umar Johnson's online. Like, he can say all day long, hey, they're lying on me. This man can't commit to his hygiene. Like his hygiene is terrible. Like this dude
Yeah,
is
yeah.
he's not 20. This dude is damn near 50. Like people gotta realize how old Umar is. Umar is like 50.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a 50-year-old
Too
man
old not to know. Too
walking
old not to know.
walking around with no stability at all. And this, and this is as simple as I can make it. There are women to this day that will fall in love with a man in prison and that's never getting out. Send them money,
Yep.
everything. Women, that's just who that we fall in love with what we hear. That's what we do. You know what I'm saying? Some of us aren't like that. We grow out of that. But with women, we fall in love with what we hear. So it doesn't surprise me that Umar Johnson's able to manipulate these women because women will go along with what they hear, versus what they're seeing.
Yeah.
And then it's the whole thing with, and I get this. I get this understanding that, black men are mistreated. They're being, you know, uh they suffer and they don't, all the, whatever
Good
they
ones. The
right.
good ones. Yeah.
The good
Yeah.
ones, we understand that. But some of these guys some of these guys are just looking for a place to stay. They're not, and some women will say stuff like this, like, girl, he ain't even trying to sleep with me. I'm like, of course Umar Johnson ain't trying to sleep with you. He sees that nice comfortable bed with them clean sheets, and if he could just rest his head for a couple of days, he'll be good. Okay, he his body aches. It's hard living like a transient. Umar Johnson is
Yeah.
just a transient. And so when do we start holding women accountable for trying to get up and get attention from a transient? You know what I mean? When do we start saying to us women, like, that's a transient, right? You know that see, Black Anonymous, like, he's 51. That he's at the age of his life where his testosterone is dropping. Like, you know what I'm saying? He ain't really got nothing to really truly to offer. He
That
middle
goes to show you what his mentality is. Um, that a lot of these guys, and unfortunately, I know dudes kind of with this mentality. They think they're playboys up in their 40s, maybe 40s, but their 50s. They just have this mentality. Unfortunately, it's a Umar reverse. They put the Panani over politics. Always,
they have
always.
they have arrested development. That's what they have. They're not
Absolutely.
they are not mature. You can tell by the way they dress. They don't
Yes.
have, you can tell by the way they dress, the way they their clothes. I mean, you can even tell by the type of deodorant and the lotion and all that. They personal hygiene products. You really want to know how mature your man is and where he is, just go in go in the cabinet and see what kind of products he's using. Like,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
is he still down to the bare basic? And he get his items from the Dollar Tree. Like, what is he
No,
doing?
no, wait a minute. Careful. I don't go to the Dollar Tree, but I'm pretty basic with my, you know,
Well,
my certain deodorant and lotion. Like that's
okay, okay,
as a uniform,
let
man.
me ask you a
But
question.
I know there's
Now
dudes that have go to Sephora and get the whole shit. I'm just not a latest
no,
smell guy. You
no,
know.
that's not what I'm saying. Do you wear Queen
Okay.
deodorant? Do you wear Queen?
Again,
Do you wear Suave?
do I wear Suave?
Yeah, Suave deodorant.
I'm an Old Spice dude.
Right, right. Look at
The original at that. I'm not. It's not even Fiji or none of that other stupid shit.
Does your lotion say equate?
It's enough to let you know that yes, I took a shower and I'm wearing it, and this is, I know it's going to do the job, and it'll last me all day. You know.
Yeah, no, but
Right.
are you wearing equate lotion?
Am I wearing what? White
E-
lotion?
equate lotion. Walmart's
Oh,
brand.
like the brand, like that one. No, 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 no. I forgot what it is, but it's in the blue thing. You know, it's in the blue. What do you call it? Tube, jug, whatever the hell it is, and it's good. You know, I pay a little extra for that one. It's not that one. I,
Emmanuel said, listen,
Nivea, whatever the hell it
said
is.
you
What's he
need to
saying?
upgrade. Emmanuel said you need to upgrade. He said you need to wear a degree or something. Like you over here. He said you Old Spice is 2 steps under Pine Sol.
Oh shit! Let me tell you, man, you can still rock the Old Spice. All right,
which
what do you say?
which one are you wearing though? Like I know men that wear like Dove. They
I
got
I remember. I might transfer over to Dove. I thought about it, but you know what? I'm in certain things. I'm just a creature of habit, man. If I had it and it worked and I traveled and I remember packing my little bag of whatever I needed, to be a minimalist and stuff like that. Like I just stick to what I know, just to be regular. I've
but
had a couple, some gifts of. I just don't know the cologne game to be like. I know I generally don't like the smell of cologne because I think in most cases it's obnoxious. There's just a certain smell that I don't want to be associated, that cheap
it
ass
gotta right
uh you
people.
chewing gum sharp cologne smell, where it's just like that's like the same dude. So I just rather be comfortable. I take my showers regularly. I'm a 2 a day, and even if I have a messy day, it might be 3 a day. Before I leave the house, before I go to my bed, boom, shower. So clean like that. I don't take breaks like I found out how so many people fucking take. And I just, I'm never concerned about stinking like that because
Well,
take care of shit.
as long as you listen, okay, okay. So what about your lotion game? You know what I mean? Like is your lotion game at least? You're not walking around here looking ashy, are you?
No, never, man. Lotion game, good. And
And
it's the
you
blue one, Nivea or
okay?
some shit like that,
Oh yeah,
where it has like
yeah.
5
Okay.
types, and it's the
Oh,
middle
okay.
one, the shea butter crap in the middle. That's what I use,
Oh, okay.
man.
Yeah. You smell okay. You spend a little money. Okay. You spend a little
Yeah,
change.
man. I take pride in myself. I'm not.
Okay.
I just don't go out and do all that extra stuff, man. And
So
great for guys that do that. The guys that are buying those colognes are probably the same guys concerned with what letters their belt buckle has, and I'm just not that dude, man.
well, not listen. I live with a chemist, so like you live with a chemist who can just look at the back of some cologne and say, "Okay, this is the one I'm going to get." That's crazy. So, what I want to ask, I got one more question. Just one more question.
Okay.
Do you wear chapstick or do you lick your lips constantly?
Gotta have chapstick, man. And it's the cheapest, the regular kind. No
Okay.
flavors like a brother of a certain age. Probably got cherry or some shit like that. I'm just a regular dude that has my regular stuff, man. And, gotta have it. No, I don't do stuff. I'm real good approaching
You're
the scene,
manly.
do
You're
everything that I need to do. You know what I'm saying?
manly.
I'm not, because a couple things I notice about people. It's like, I'm watching this young lady who's pretty attractive, but she's giving an interview. She's actually doing the interview, and she's taken away from the interview because she can't stop taking care of her hair and fixing her straps and stuff like that. I think if you're a person that's focused on your work, you get ready in the morning, and that's your uniform. You know what I'm saying? You shower, you gotta shower in the morning, you gotta, the lotion, this is that, get ready. You whatever clothes that you choose to put on to face the day, you put that on, and you gotta be comfortable in those clothes, but more importantly, you gotta be comfortable in your own skin. And then these are all telltale signs of people's personality. If you're still out there and you're not sure about what you're exposing and all this other stuff, you're taken away from the message. So one of the things, coming up and limited at time and sometimes resources, depending on the situation in my teens or my early 20s and stuff like that. I had to go quick. I had to be a minimalist of the stuff that I had as well. So I traveled light. If I came out of whatever, my grooming in the shower or getting ready for work and all that stuff, for the lotion, boom, the deodorant, got this, blah 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 blah. But at least the basics are done and they're done well, and I'll be good. That's my armor, and then I'm gone for the rest of the day, and I don't have to be concerned with the aesthetics of anything, which I think is the way. But now with the camera in your face 24/7, it's like that's what people are concerned of. Before they're doing anything, they're fixing their hair, they're looking at their own image and all that stuff as well. And I'm just not that type of person, man, and it's just what it is.
The thing about it is that it's all about hygiene. It doesn't,
Yeah.
you could be simple with it, or you could take it to to a little level. Now, if you overboard with, like, I know, there's, if you a man, and because you find, especially if you're a big man, like a big guy, okay, you know just make sure they got wipes now, wet wipes for you now. So you take a little, extra, a little extra. But what I'm talking about is how Umar Johnson be walking around, and you can clearly tell his hygiene is poor. You can clearly tell that the man, you know sometimes, and when he finally, ends up at somebody's house, he like, girl, let me use your body wash. You know what I'm saying? He using whatever
Mhm.
at whoever house he at. You know what I'm saying? He Umar Johnson is the type of person that would come over to somebody's house and go in their cabinet and see their deodorant and rub it under his arms because he ain't got none. That's the kind of man he is. Okay.
Yeah. Or
Yeah.
soap is optional. He might run a little water over his body, but soap is kind of optional. He just gets in there, does his thing, steps up, probably shake off like a dog.
Draws, listen,
Water everywhere.
draws and boxers are optional. Oh, good night, Black Anonymous. Draws and boxers is
Thanks for
optional.
checking in, Black Anonymous. Peace, peace.
And the thing about it is, like, sometimes he be walking around with, like, like his pants, right? And I'm like, does this man have on underwear? Like, like, you just be, you know, if you can't take care of your physical self, you can't take care of nobody else. So, and then, like, him having daughters, like, even if he had a relationship with his daughters, you know, I don't think he could handle it because I don't think he's addressing his own mental illness. So, one of them clearly has a mental illness that finally came out. We don't know if that's just, genetic, environmental, or none of that. And he doesn't deal with his, if he really, really, really was in tune with his kid. Like, I think that he resents the fact that he had daughters. I think he wanted
Yeah.
some. I think his abandonment issues with his daughters has a lot to do with they were not males. He wanted
Mhm.
a little Umar Johnson. That's what he wanted. He got one
Yeah.
already, but he didn't get what he.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, like what I said, it may be, first of all, if you were in his daughter's life, that whole perception and his whole mission of his may have looked completely different from now. And God knows, he ran away from his kids. That should be telling enough for everybody, what type of person this is. And then to have this promise that remains unfulfilled and doesn't look like it's going to be fulfilled. He's just this guy should have been, God, there, I say the word canceled a long time ago. This is buffoonery, and it's bad for the community because we're tolerating this sort of shit. We're not in a position to police ourselves and rid ourselves, of the diseases that plague our community from our own community. Why not? What does it take?
And the thing about it is, Omar Johnson can do something simple. Like, he, he could have taught young boys about how to have good hygiene. I seen a man, right? A brother. I don't know if you ever seen his videos, but it was like a long time ago where his brother would buy, like, buy kids suits and teach them how to dress, and how, kids that didn't have, boys that didn't have fathers. Like, there's a lot of things that he could have done in small little ways. He could have had, I know a girl who has, like, she teach etiquette classes, right?
Be
And
like a black man boot camp.
right, but she teach etiquette classes. She teach young girls how to, make cross their legs, how to eat at the table and stuff like that. And just that little bit of etiquette, that it boosts up your self esteem a little bit. It's like young
Sure.
males,
Sure.
make sure your underwears are clean. You want to always have clean underwears. You want to have a t-shirt on.
Don't show your underwear.
Right. You don't want to show your underwear. You know what I'm saying? You don't want streaks in your underwear. How to take care of you. How to what? Like, there's things that he could have done that really could have propelled him into being a a role model and more of a leader. Like, there would be women in droves sending their children to a man that was doing those things. But that's not what he was doing it for.
Right.
He just a talker. He's very delusional. He has an idealistic mindset, and notoriety. Like, you can't, and he's copying other people. Like, he's a mixture of all these different people in one. And so now he's just comical. But my issue is with women. It's like, this is a prime example of how we don't have an understanding on what to look for when we are seeking a male or seeking some type of information, whatever it is, from a male. Because we may not have a male in our life for our kids, right? So we think that this guy is going to give our kids something. Like in that movie where he was trying to say that the reason why the kid was killed by the police was because he didn't want to have an IEP or whatever. And clearly, if the kid needed an IEP and you were telling him that that's not something he needs, so he decided that he gonna be outside in the streets more, that he didn't have to learn anything, you're really part of the problem, Umar.
But yeah, I'm not even sure if we could analyze the dialogue so much in that movie for how much it doesn't make sense, because simply the effort for continuity and any important fragments that they should have put in there for the exposition, she clearly, and all problems aside and everything like that, missed the mark on whatever message she was trying to send with that. So I just don't know how much we refer to a movie and be like,
And
and
that's
that wasn't accurate, because the
and
whole
that's
shit.
and that's why I hold her accountable wholeheartedly for this movie, because she was smiling in those scenes. She was yes, in those scenes. She the dialogue. She was comfortable with the dialogue in them scenes, and then to turn
Yeah,
around
okay.
and say the people didn't want to work with him and this and that. Well, that lady that was cheating in his face and licking her tongue during the first little sex scene that they were doing, she seemed very happy throughout the whole movie being in it. Like, and I was like, how old was that young lady? Like, was she like in her teens? Because
It looked like it.
yeah, the girl with the little afro.
McDowell daughter. Yeah, yeah.
So the thing about it is that we have to hold these women accountable. They think if Mary was in her 20s, she looked like she's older than Umar.
Yeah, yeah.
And so right then and there, like, what was your obsession with it? Like, you know what I think? I think a woman needs to ask her the tough questions. The question
Woman needs to
number
ask her.
one, Right. Like question number one. What made you get behind Umar Johnson in the first? What did he show you that would make you think that he was anything? What did he tell you?
Wait. I'm not sure that's the question. I hear what you're saying, but you're asking what is it about uh Umar
No,
that
from the
attracted
day.
you to work with him, that inspired you? What is your inspiration to work with such an
No,
individual?
this was before they worked. Because those pictures was before she decided to work with them. What
Right,
did
right. But you're right on path. That's exactly what I'm asking you. So there had to be something to ignite that inspiration of a deal. What was it that you saw was like that?
and then what part of the story that he was telling you that didn't make, like, for example, he had his mother, the mother in there, mother pop mother's what would Smurf or whatever he called her, Smurfy or
Yeah,
Smurfy.
yeah, yeah.
The way is, so he had her as being superly aggressive, and and your daughter, my daughter, like what made you buy into that? Like what the storylines that he, because you said that you put it together, but there was certain things in the story that he wanted there in it. As a woman, what made you buy into that? Do you just believe that women just like, well, withhold their kids from a man like Umar? And now here it is, you're complaining about the same thing that these women have always had issues with. Like, when did you wake up and figure this out? Like, what went on? What made you think that this guy is? Why do you think you need a leader? Why did you think he can lead you anywhere?
Hmm.
What what did he tell you? Like, so I it's just those little things that you ask a person. Because like we can ask we on lock all day, but he, like if I was to ask Will, like a man, like I asked him, I said, okay, what about what he's saying to you? Like, have you seen it in practice? Like what little, it takes a lot to make a school, it this and that. Well, he's looking for the, like, no, forget all of that. Forget all of that. Forget all of that. You don't have a son. Your son ain't going to his school. You're not going to have any dealings with whatever he's trying to do in any shape. You're not going to work for him. You're not going to do anything. Why are you so invested, sir? Why are you so invested in this man? And that's where you find out there's a lot of psychological things going on with these people. With her, why are you so invested in this guy? Why you didn't put this much energy in a woman leading other what was it about him?
I
So like,
think part of that, because sorry, when I think of that as well, it's because uh, I guess it's narcissism. You're so about fulfilling your own needs, that you're not even at the level to investigate or second guess anything, to be like, who is this guy? You just sort of see who the shakers and the movers, the perceived ones, are, and you want to hitch your wagon to those because you move in the same circles. So necessarily you're not thinking of this person as an anchor or trouble. You're just thinking like, this is somebody that could spread my influence and get me more followers, more people to my task. I really think there's a portion, not all of it, because I imagine what a pie chart might look like with this woman, but definitely a slice out of it for her ego and narcissism as well. I think going back and seeing what attracted or what inspired her was maybe um, at one point it looked like he had a congregation, or he had very loyal followers for him as well, and he had the ability of mobility and moving people and having people wherever he went, is the image that he started sending off before he his his stardom or whatever started sinking at one particular part. But I think it was that. I think it's chasing that to be in that stratosphere makes you blind to some of the reality that you would have to face if you were really observing somebody for that as they are and what they can do. You know?
Well, all I know is that those are some of the questions. I honestly don't believe her, but even if let's say let's give her the benefit of the doubt that she was
All right.
hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray, right? Um,
All right.
what made her decide to wake up? Because the movie was filmed a while ago, and what is what is her motivation? Like what is behind what she's like when she said in the movie that that was Lennon honor, and I'm telling you that that was not that like that was that like you know that was someone else in our sector who was going after him, who was mad. That was a mixture of these guys that he just used one person. um I don't know. I just feel like she went along with it, she participated with it, and he ghosted her. That's what I think. He ghosted her. She didn't come up off of anything that his name, anything that he was doing. It would have been beneficial if he really was who he really said, if he lived by what he said he was, because then she could have benefited from it. She didn't benefit
Yeah.
from it. She's back, she's probably having some struggles, and she really needs to latch on to something. That's pretty much what it is.
All right. Uh, I don't know, man. It's tough. It's all it's crazy. It's stupid.
But it's
There's components to it. It's wild. This is a
content.
wild thing, you know.
Listen, it's content for Lennon, because a lot of Lennonites were Umar followers, and so some of them
Oh,
were fallen followers, and there were some people that were just detractors from day one. And so, and then there's new detractors, and so he got content for days now. He can talk about something. I was told that he took the video down and clipped it or something and put it back up there, but I have to get the receipt because someone
which
caught it.
one? The one with Marianne?
Yeah,
Okay, I'm not sure. I didn't check back.
yeah. But when you got Emmanuel's like two narcissists trying to outdo each other. Exactly. Exactly. There's
Yeah,
parallel. But it's
yeah.
content. It's like, here's the thing. There's ratchet TV, and then there's things on YouTube that is just as ratchet.
Yeah.
These people have the right to choose who their vices are, but we have the right to discuss it and talk about it. And if there's people who agree with us, then they're going to come this way. They're going to say, "Yeah, I'm woke now. I'm not participating. I'm above consciousness. I'm not, going along with all that." Because here's what I'm saying about Umar Johnson. As much as you don't like Umar Johnson because of what he's doing and how he's doing those things, right? He should not have as much notoriety or any, like, I don't think the Breakfast Club should be pushing somebody like Umar Johnson. And I
Oh,
think that if somebody listens to Umar Johnson and it's something on the Breakfast Club, I think they should be liable. I think any big corporation or any big people that, big platforms should be held accountable for having someone on there providing misinformation that could harm someone else. So, like, if I hear Charlemagne talking about, yeah, kids shouldn't be on medication and this and this and
yeah.
following doctrine that he's putting out there, and I follow those things, and I go to the school and I do all this, and then my kid suffers behind it, then I think places, those platforms should be held liable for having misinformation, just like YouTube. Like if people, this one guy was on a panel and he was like, yeah, YouTube, there's no longer censoring me for saying this, or and I should be able to get monetized. And every now and then I see something at the bottom like those sovereign citizens that explain what that is. That's because YouTube doesn't want to be liable for people who are sovereign citizens providing misinformation to other people. So it's there. So like, yeah, say what you want to say, put the disclaimer there, but I also say, I pay for YouTube Premium. I don't want to see that BS. So I'm going to click this interest. So go ahead and say what you want to say so I won't have to follow you.
Yeah, I mean, you're asking a lot. I know you're joking, but you're asking a lot from a YouTube forum. I mean, anybody could post in there as well, right? Hold on for 1 second. Two narcissists. Sorry, that wasn't it. Exactly, Josephine. I said the same thing. This is from Emmanuel. Whoever the platform. See, that's opening a Pandora's box, right? If you put information out on there, it's like anything. It's like any TV station or whatever radio when they say, the views of our guests don't reflect the views of our station, our show, what have you, what have you,
Oh,
have you.
no.
And so, there's that also.
Well,
I think the problem lies with the interviewers that don't press the issues,
that's
as though because that's why he backed out of Piers Morgan, right?
that's what I'm talking about. If Charlemagne is sitting there and Umar Johnson is saying all this rhetoric, and he doesn't say, "Well, I don't agree with that," and listeners, make sure that you talk to the professionals in your area, blah blah blah. And he's not saying that, and he's just going along with it. And there's no commentary, and he's not questioning him, whatever. I'm saying in that instant, they should be held liable for having that misinformation on their platform like that, because there are people, like he went on. Remember when Umar Johnson went on? What's that guy that's from Houston? He's on the tip of my tongue. He's
Willie D.
Roland Martin. And remember,
Oh.
Roland Martin kept like pressing him and pressing him and pressing him.
Yes.
Like there has to be kind of like a back and forth. And I know that sometimes like that's what CNN does. They'll go
And he
back.
lost his cool, by the way, for anybody that didn't see that. Umar lost it. There were words, derogatory words flown, I want to say back and forth, but it was mainly through Umar and Roland Martin, who I usually don't bother with, stepped in to bring the temperature down in the room, mainly because of Umar's sake and the language that he was using against, his fellow Pan-Africanist or his brethren, as he would say,
But it's the same with who else did that? Because it's him, and then there's some other people that they'll have people on their show and they'll just like, yeah, yeah. So where's the school coming? Oh, okay. Yeah, so people say, like the only interview that I ever respected a Lord Jamar doing was the interview with Umar Johnson.
Yeah, me too.
Because I think
I can't believe where he is today when he actually did such a great job of an interview with Umar. It's baffling.
Because coke is a hell of a drug, but
yeah, all that shit.
Allegedly. But what I will say is that a big platform, like it's just like with politics and stuff like that. They just give like these little softball interviews, and then they cater to who they want to cater to, and they like controversy and they like the back and forth. But I think that Charlamagne probably agree with some of the stuff that Umar be saying. That's one of the things. I think that's how. But I think
I,
that's
I don't know. I don't think Charlemagne really has a backbone about anything at all. You know, if he's going along with that, the fact that he's still doing, the shows with Andrew Schultz and whatnot, I think it's just about, the exposure for him, him being a glamour guy. He wants to be out there. He wants the pictures, all that stuff. He wants to be talked about. So I don't expect anything of integrity to come from Charlemagne and whatnot. Where what happens is, what we see are the inconsistencies that Charlemagne would press rappers and people that he thinks maybe, he'll push a little bow wow around, or something like that to on whatever it is. He'll keep pushing questions. He'll push certain rappers and certain guests, getting on their nerves and stuff like that. And I think one of the problems is we see and we have seen evidence of Charlemagne going the distance to press people, even in terms of when the tides turned on that Dame Dash interview, when Dame Dash started pressing his manhood and he flipped around and started calling him broke and really pressing the issues and that stuff. Why, when Umar rants on the show, and this and we have to do this, this is blah 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 blah. How come there are no questions wedged in there and Umar just gets the
because
freedom to take that rant?
because I think that Charlemagne is simple minded, and I think that he agrees with some of that bullshit that Omar be saying. I think that with Damien Dash pressed his manhood and was making fun of the fact that when some people came at him, he ran away and showed that he was a coward. I think that Umar Johnson, if he pushed back against Umar Johnson, he'll show how weak he is too. I think that Charlemagne is a he has no backbone. I think he's a weak man, right? And that's just what it is. And the reason why he's on that show is because he's a weak man. He makes fun of I'm not really a fan of DJ Envy either, but it's just
Mhm.
like played those two sisters against each other. You know what I'm saying? Like men be getting into women's stuff like
That's a today thing, yes.
yeah, and and so that's like that female thing. You know who wears the pants in his household? His wife do.
Mm.
Charlemagne's wife do. The thing about it is that he is when he had all that when he had his face he had to get that whatever his issue he had with his face.
Yeah,
You could tell he was insecure then, and then once he got that taken off his
right.
face, he just that was supposed to build up his self-esteem. Self-esteem for a man isn't on the outside, it's on the inside. For a man to be a man, it's internal self-esteem. You know what I'm saying? This is, like I said, this is the same guy that was messing around with younger women because he couldn't handle being with a grown woman, handle that. So what I'm saying is that's not the only person that they have on a show where he be placating, like you said, he does a show with Schultz, and Schultz, like he's supposed to get a pass, but I don't think he should get a pass. I think that I think that people
Pass a pass for what?
I think that they
Just credibility?
yeah, I think they invite people to the cookout, right? And then they'll allow them to get out of line and say what they want to say. And I don't think that's right. I think that we in a climate that we live in, like no, you don't get to talk to me that way. I just don't understand how there's always these black people that will get around other people races and be the one that want to answer for all of us on how we get down in the black community or what we do or what we say or how we behave and all this and that. Like I don't understand who picked them. Like who picks these people
Yeah,
able to talk? Like none of these people talk for me.
yeah, yeah.
And
Definitely, there's a lot of that's a whole topic on how we get these talking heads there too. They're certainly not selected by us.
exactly. Cause I think that they'll bow down for for $1. Like I'm not, man. Look, I ain't I'm not bowing down for $1. Like I just
Heard
can't see it. You can't, cause I live in this mindset where you can't take it with you. So is it gonna be worth, like, is it worth your integrity? Is it worth your, you know? Because I'm not saying I care about too much how people see me, but it's just how I see myself. Like I just, I have too much. I have pride. Like black pride. I mean, I grew up with black. I love me more. I love us more. Like it's not that I
Mhm.
don't respect other races. It's just like I just love us more because we're resilient. We are a resilient group of people. We can turn ashes into something.
Mhm.
Our music and all of that. That's just who we are. And it kills me when I see black people try to take that from us, and because they feel like they're not a part of something, and we're not monolithic, so it's okay for us to all be different. But you're mad because one little group of people you don't fit into, like the Hodge twins. Like I was watching Abba go at Steve, and he was
Steve
like,
Knight.
oh man,
Yes.
you see
Yes.
that?
Talk
Oh.
about this. I think that guy, uh, was a reason why I didn't watch him in the first place. He's everything I thought he was. Just this guy who got the aesthetics, work out, looks a certain way, but have it just empty in the brain. And not only empty, but emotional. Emotional. And it was such a sad now I follow Abba and Preach, but I'm not even subscribed, I don't think, but it shows up, so once in a while I catch up on that. And when I saw that these two were going to have a discussion, I didn't know this guy Steve Knight was so far right, you know. But then I started understanding more about him, of course, when he spoke and whatnot, and just the way he should be embarrassed as a grown man to exhibit such bitch behavior, because he started losing. He had his hand on his face, like he already gave up, and it just wasn't going his way. Just pure mama's boy tactics. That was such a. And on the same hand, I'm glad that he got exposed for, the sort of punk that he is, man. What
I,
a sad case there.
I like how he tried to come at Alba again, right? And
Right.
then
Right.
Alba would discuss it and clipped him, and all that he was saying was like, like, he was saying nothing. He took his conversation, summed it up, and everything he was saying was nothing. he was,
Right.
he was
Right.
like, Google it. He was just like,
No, I don't have to.
so petty. He was so petty about
Yeah. Yeah.
securities versus, he's like, the word, and it just, that's what I'm talking about. And man, let me tell you, when I heard the interview, when they were, going back and forth, that Steve guy triggered me. And I'm gonna tell you why he triggered me, because I had a conversation with someone that is young, who was talking to me in that way and communicating in that way. And I was like, listen, you're just listening
Mhm.
to respond. You're not that intelligent. You're not reading up on things. You know, you're not taking in this information, this wealth of information. You're not accepting the fact that there are people, not only do they have experience, they also have knowledge to go along with their experience. You just because you experiencing something, and it's like with Steve, just because he's experiencing something does not mean that he has knowledge of what he's experiencing. He doesn't know where he is. And when he wouldn't, like, he was like, well, and then he told the chat to Google it for him, because he was talking about how there's more abortions than kids that's going hungry at school. And I'm just like, Steve, your ass was a part of the free lunch program. Stop playing.
He had no idea of the general statistics or where the argument is at this point,
Yeah,
you know?
He didn't know what he was talking about. He was just rambling on, and Alba just slapped him. And it's really sad because, you know, Alba was talking about how he had to pay attention to his content because he didn't want to come off as a person that was attacking other black people because it looked a certain way, right? And then he was showing how Steve, when he changed his rhetoric up a little bit, how they would turn against him.
Wait, hold on.
Are you here, Chris?
Yeah, hey. I was trying to do while you were talking, but that didn't work. Hey guys. All right. Hey guys.
Oh, so it's cool that we watch the same stuff. But that it bothers me to see these black guys like him and another guy, what Officer Tate, what was his name?
Hate him.
Oh man, listen, I want him. I just be wanting them to be snatched off the platform. Like, just shut your mouth. I want their voice box taken. That's what I want. Take their voice box.
It's even the attitude or the disposition these guys have when they first step on, right? It's very bitter. It comes from a place of like they're already the underdog on their own argument.
Right.
Yeah, they come on pissed off already. Like it's just not working for them. And right now, with the death of Guy there, it really shows, or at least, when people say they get their so-called Negro wake-up call or whatever, it shows how invaluable they are in the eyes of those people, for caping for them this whole time, you know.
Yeah, but it's just like with the hot swing. Like I always tell people, if y'all really want to understand the hot swing, go back and look at images of them before they ever started working out. They look like some regular out of shape dudes that wasn't attractive or nothing. And
Right.
they and then they went into the military. I mean, I don't know if it was after they got out of the military or something. Then they started lifting weights and they started looking better. And their content was nothing like what they were doing. They were doing little comedy skits and they were doing like training videos with people. And then all of a sudden they changed. And their anger is towards the black community because
Mm.
they feel like they wasn't black enough, and then they feel like they wasn't white enough. Like, people would question their blackness, and they tell this story about how some people came up to them and said they weren't black guys or whatever. But if you look at images of them before they became the Hodge twins,
Mhm.
they're lying. What it is they were like some little fat pudgy twins, and they were getting picked on by everybody, and they've been mad ever since.
So then, like, if you can't beat them, then
Yeah.
join them, kind of deal. And this felt good to them. And then they got some sort of, current behind them to be able to be these guys. So they
Yeah.
continue to be these guys because it brought the notoriety and, of course, the numbers that they need to exist online. Yeah,
And then,
they got a real
yeah,
pathetic
they
come up
got
story.
they got low self-esteem. They're married to two Hispanic women, and each of them married to Hispanic women. But back then, they were not, according, like, visually attractive. It's like they, the same, like Rock has the same, like, I'm not saying the Rock thinks like them, but remember how the Rock looked before he started going to the gym, and maybe we don't know if there was some steroid use there. We don't know, but
He wasn't even defined. He was a tubby little wrestler. Yeah.
that's how the Hodge twins look, and people don't know that. If you could find earlier photos of them, that's how they looked before they started working out. And then once they started working out and they started looking like something, right? They carried on that childhood trauma of being picked on and all that, and you know, and we don't know. And they grew up in the South, like we don't even know what community that they were even a part of. and then they went into the military, and we know there's a lot of discrimination in the military, but the point is like you're taking that out on a group of people that are not monolithic. You know, it was a long time they were sitting on the internet trying to say, yeah, we black, but but who, it was funny because I was like, who are you trying to prove that you're black to? Because the people in the comments that are following you are not, they're the black people are not questioning your race at
Right,
all.
right, right.
So it's a lot of these, Officer Tatum, all of these, they were in school, they were probably, getting picked on, or wasn't picked first, or didn't make the basketball team, or whatever else going on. And and that's what happened. They were just
They were teased. They weren't accepted. They weren't leaders
yeah.
in anything. That's what happened to those guys. Quite quick. They didn't fit in, especially being biracial in a lot of these situations where you go down. It's a dichotomy in the neighborhood. Either you fit here. If people don't know where to place you, then they start to ridiculing you, and then based off of whatever, based off of how they operate. But that's what they endured, not knowing where they belong, not being accepted by one side or the other as well. So they reacted, and now the resentment is coming out now that they have a platform.
Because that Steve guy, he's not an unattractive guy only until he opens his mouth. And that's what kills me. Like if you're not that, if you're you're a good looking guy, but you open your mouth and you say stupid stuff all the time. Oh man.
Yeah, I'm the same way with women too.
Um
As attractive as you want to be, and then you say something that's like, ugh, that that's kind of how I've been. But especially, growing up and being an older dude now, it's like you can look as good as you want to look. Those aren't the qualities that it's all about. It's like, oh, this is how you think. Oh,
it,
that's
it's hard.
not good.
It's hard because I can listen to somebody who has different experiences than me. But when you start saying goofy stuff like, "Oh, you a left thinker," and this and that, and I'm like, no, I'm independent, but continue. Like when people start putting like a jacket on you because you disagree with them, or that's just not your experience. I'm open to other people's experience. I believe in leaving people where they at anyway. You
Hmm.
know what I'm saying? Like if and I also tell people this, like if I whatever I say, if you can get something out of it, get something out of it. If you don't get something out of it, just discard it. Move on. It's not a big deal. It's not gonna make you or break you. You know what I'm saying? But if you can get something out of what I'm saying, and it is positive, and it can make your life better or make you more comfortable or something like that. Just don't take advantage of me. That's it.
Yeah, yeah. But unfortunately, with all the stuff that's out, you're allowed to make comments and stuff. We laugh when I talk about my old days when I started getting online and I'd read my paper and start to make a couple comments and stuff. And you think the people that you're talking to are like-minded people, but unknowing you could be talking to a 15 to a 50-year-old, about whatever the news article, and that shit will drive you crazy on there too. So,
Well, I learned a long time ago is that I'm not going to sit up and talk to a smug person, individual. If
okay.
I'm talking to you and you smug, like you sounding all cocky, I'm just going to leave the conversation. Like, let's not even have a conversation anymore. I had to learn how to do that. I really had to learn how to, I'm thinking I'm on my other machine. I'm like, let me.
What do you mean your computer?
Yeah, well, I'm on my computer and I have a Mac, and so if someone calls my phone, my Mac rings too.
Phone, okay, yeah, yeah,
Yeah. So yeah, because it's all connected. But No, I'm just, if you're smug, I mean, information is information. You might disagree with the information, but at the end of the day, I might say something weird like, well, I'm just speaking from my experience anyway. So, I mean, it's
Ah,
a big deal, I mean, to you, but I just disagree, and if I say that, then the conversation should be okay, good, like, listen, agree to disagree. But if the person is coming off like a smug, like, yeah,
an expert. They're an expert on everything.
yeah, they're an expert, or they just they belittling you, telling
Mhm.
you you don't know anything and this and that. I'm just like, well, I must know something, you know. Uh I've been on this earth for a very long time, so I must know something. Something must be working for me. But a lot of times when you're dealing with a smug person, it's just like those guys that be on CNN and stuff, those white guys. They be all smug, right? And then they kind of smirk, and like when they're talking, I'm like, they don't believe half of the shit that they're saying. They're just going against it as an argument.
Yeah, and I hate rolling it around to a circle, but that's pretty much what I felt a lot about their leader that they just lost. Her,
Yeah,
right?
but it's just
He's
like
exactly that type.
I think like I was watching Joy Reid on YouTube versus when she was on her show, and I really wasn't feeling her as much when she was on the network. And then now I can see why. It's because she was being restricted more. And I
Okay.
noticed that with Don Lemon. Like Don Lemon was like, if you watch him on YouTube, he's more like himself. He says what he wants to say. He's
Yeah,
a little
kind of,
audience.
sort of.
Right, but I'm not saying I've never been like a follower of Don Lemon, but I'm just saying, just see those people have an audience and come off of those shows and still try to, still do what they love to do and give commentary and still have a following. I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, I might not agree with
Yeah.
everything he's
Okay, I
doing,
give
but
you on that.
you see what I'm saying? Like, I mean, we may not agree with a lot of the things that they talk about, but what I'm saying is, I like seeing that versus seeing people like, like Emmanuel says, bootlickers. like just people just going against the grain. You know that you sound
Okay,
like,
I see.
you sound like a damn fool if you're sitting around talking about, yeah, because black people, and see, what I hate what black people do, and you're one of them. Like, why can't you just say that I hate when people do XYZ, or I
Right, it
hate,
exhibits your self-hate.
right? Why can't it be across the board? You
Mhm.
know, and we should, like, if you say I don't like broke people, I just don't like broke people. Like, why I got, I don't like I don't like a black woman when she at the grocery store because she be talking loud at me, and and I'm just like, that never happens to me.
Right, and it's you guys do this, and why do you guys always? It comes from a place where a situation they didn't handle the way that they wanted to handle it. So they got to attribute. Our problem is always that whatever happens with us is attributed to our whole race versus any other group. Their any other mentality is not attributed to their race. It's
Exactly.
attributed to their the individual, right?
Exactly. Why can't you just, like, I was telling somebody the other day, I said, how many of us really actually live in a black community? I think a lot of us live in a diverse community, to be honest with you. Um I live in a more working class community,
Right.
but a lot of us live in a diverse community who still, so when someone's talking to me, they're like, yeah, the black community, then I have to say, wait, wait, wait. I'm sorry, I don't really live in a black community. I kind of live in a diverse community where there is a lot of black people in my community. Like, I know there's a lot of black, people in my community. You know how I could tell is because if you're driving and you see the kids getting on the bus, and you
Hmm.
see like five, you see, and it's like six kids at the bus stop, and three of them is black, and two of them is Hispanic, and like you see a mixture, you see an Asian kid. Like I
Where
know
you bust you from?
I live in a divorce. I live in a diverse community,
Hmm.
and and majority of black people live in the South anyway. So so I live in a very diverse community. However, um, when people say, the black community, yeah, I support black businesses. Um,
Right, right.
I do. I seek them out. I mean, there's like, Instagram pages and channels. A sister walked up, like I was in the grocery store, and I was like yesterday I was in the grocery store, and this black girl walked up to me and she said, "Hey, I got an Instagram page where I take pictures. If you know anybody that needs pictures taken," and she just like she was bold. She was a young girl. I said, "Yeah, go ahead and give me your information.
Ah,
Pass it along." She said, "I'm saying we support each other," but I must have been that she was that comfortable with me. And you know why she was comfortable with me? Because when we were standing in the line, I was laughing because she was a younger person, and the store usually don't have Apple Pay, but they when they found out she had Apple Pay, they went and got the little card reader, and I said, "Yeah, she said, like, I don't really carry my purse." I said, "Yeah, a lot of young people don't." And that's where that conversation happened. And that's where, you see what I'm saying? Like, there, you know,
that communication opened up a door where she felt comfortable. Like, this is on my mind. I could ask this woman
right. And so
expertise.
I'm in an environment where people, this is how we communicate. Like if I'm in a store or someone walks by me, I'd be like, "Good morning, thank you." Like we're in that environment. And so in my environment, that's what happens. But sometimes you'll hear people say, people are rude, they just walk past you, they don't say nothing to you.
Right, right.
Like I don't live in that environment. So I had to adapt to the environment that I live in. And in my environment, people speak to you. Like we could be standing in line and somebody might laugh, and then we shoot, that's $3. I'm so glad I said this store isn't packed, and the lady just starts talking to me. Then the other lady starts talking to me. Then they start laughing. Like, and
Yeah,
that's the environment that I chose to live in. Like we can pick where we live at now, if we can afford it, right? So what I'm saying, I say all that to say this. I'm saying that we're not we're not all the same. And so if a person's talking to me and they're like, "Well, in my community," and I say, "Well, come to my community." Come to an environment, like, let me show you that you don't have to be that way, or maybe you need to be that one person that speaks to everybody you
hmm,
know so it's kind of like, I think I was saying that to you. Like, I was like, I tell people that if they ever come here, I always take them to the Kennedy place in Dallas. Like, that's the main, that's a
right,
talk point.
right.
Like, I take them places where, like, it's like, if you're a Dallas Cowboy fan, which I'm not, I'll say, "Hey, you know what? You want to go to the Dallas
Go to
Cowboys
the stadium. Yeah,
Arlington? I'll stand outside, but you can go in."
and do what you need to do.
Right. And I
I
think,
got
right. So I think that when I see us always, putting ourselves down, or
right.
saying, the black community is this, and or black people always do this. Well, we know what our people do. We know what our people we know this because we know what our people in our family do. We all are
Well,
not the same.
I want to interject, and we use the term black community a lot, right? And just previously, I didn't ask you to define what you mean of black community, but growing up, maybe being a little more aware, a little more exposed, experienced to stuff, it's funny that I feel like I have to distinguish sometimes that the black community is not necessarily a place.
Right.
It's a mentality that you have to say that you're part of a community and act on code accordingly. Shout out information man. What's up? Uh, welcome. Hey, where are you? Oh, information man,
I
I
don't
got
know why I say hi, hey, last call. I
you.
mean,
It's cool. I figured you made a
that's because
mistake
you know
there.
how your brain is. You're talking to one person.
Right. But part of what I'm saying is like, I wonder how many people make that distinction. If you mean black community is going back to, I know some people live around, where they grew up, and that community is like, there might be a couple or a few generations deep, but
Mhm.
not all of us live like that as well, especially if you're from another generation where they're opening up, these acres and acres of new homes to be a part of as well. Are you still part of that community because you move out? And this is one of the age-old questions too. You know what I'm saying? And so I think that might be a thing when people reference the black community. What are we saying when we say the black community? And it's got to be a mentality. And then what checklist for that mentality as well, right?
Yeah,
Uh,
I think that that's what needs to be defined. I think we need to define what that means because yeah, we there are things that we do self-consciously. I mean, we we there's things that black people do that is on code. Like we recognize it. Like we walking and we peep something and then we look at each other and we give each other that look
hmm
and
hmm
like that is definitely we are one. We sometimes we grow up the same. We have the same type of family structure, like just some of those things, right? But I just think that we don't when we say black community, we don't even the mentality, we don't even focus on the positive of the black community sometimes. Well,
hmm
I do. I watch a lot of positive black community things, but we don't even focus on like really really positive. And then like going overseas and stuff, there's things that they do that we do. We're like, wait, what? And we're like,
Right.
oh, dang, like we be like when we give each other that look,
Right.
like you know, and we're like, oh man, yeah, yeah. And then they don't peep it, but we peep it, like yeah, you peep that, you peep, and
Right.
that's what I love about us. That's why I say we're very resilient. We you know, our struggles are the same, but what we don't do, which I think is important, is we don't embrace our differences.
Mm.
That's the problem. Like we don't embrace our communication style. Like somebody from the East Coast talks a little different from somebody from the West Coast. We don't embrace that. Like we don't embrace the culture. The clothes, the style, the shoes. Like we might do it in like movies and music, but like right, I'm talking about like if somebody lives in a town over here and we live over here, like we need to kind of like play respect to our differences too. Like I think we just don't embrace them, and that's where that negativity come from. Yeah,
Right.
so yeah,
Something automatic in us that makes us look at those differences as deficiencies, and then something we could further, what is it? The dread got us, to
right,
separate each other from that as well. You know, um, I don't know. It's a lot,
yeah, but
and I think it's a big question to look at what community really means in the sense of community, and what your responsibility is in that community. Because I think when a lot of people, um, here's one problem that I have. When Umar gets up there and starts talking about, um, not because I'm for interracial marriage and this, I just don't care what you do. I think whatever you fall in love with for the right reasons, you do. But for whatever reason, you're so feverish, so far in giving this speech about not mixing this, that, the other, and then, okay, say you do have a black spouse and whatnot. What are you doing exactly that's black? Are you demonstrating? Are you doing brand preferences? Are you, what is your thing? The education and whatnot. It's those two types of rhetoric that's like, well, how do you measure one off the other just because you're doing whatever the status quo is?
Right, because in my mind, like, I'm not saying like, I'm far beyond the one drop rule and all that nonsense, right?
Mhm.
But I feel like if a black man is with a non-black person, right? He's going to bring that culture
Right,
into that child. Like that child's going to have, unless he's like one of those people that's like, I'm abandoning all of that, that kid's gonna probably have a big mama too. Like, that kid's gonna have that experience also.
yes,
And so
yes,
like it's not really like a big to me, it's not really a big deal because I think that there are men and women who are just attracted to what's around them anyway.
right,
And that's just what it is. Now, my issue is when you have a man that's saying, or a woman that's saying, I'm not going to date outside
yes,
my race, but I'm not going to date, I'm going to date outside my race because I don't date black women. But then
right, right,
you pick a woman that has all the negative characteristics of a black,
right,
like
right,
that's killing me. Or to appease her, you make all these negative comments about black women as if your
right.
mother is a black woman. Like that's not necessary. I don't think that's anything that we should even be you be focused on. If you really truly love the woman, you wouldn't be sitting here trying to convince her that she's better than anybody that could have came from your mom. Like, like that's dumb. Like it doesn't even make any sense. But that's insecurity on the that's the self-hate.
Right.
There's a lot of people that have a lot of self hate within themselves, and then there's like you got the men who are passport bros. They think that if they go overseas and they meet a woman, that the woman um is going to be better than what they have here, and I think
Right.
it's about options and resources. If you don't have enough resources, if you don't have enough options, you're gonna get the short end of the stick because being in a relationship takes a lot of commitment and it takes a lot of like it's commitment, compromise, it's mutual respect. It's a lot of things that go into it, right? And so a lot of people don't even respect respect their parents. They don't
Yeah.
they don't respect people in general. And I always was told that you just have to look how that person treat other people, and then you know how they'll treat you. And I think that we as living in an individual society, we think that then I don't care how you treat other people, just don't treat me that way. And then
Just be
they,
good to me.
yeah, and then we're shocked when they treat us that way. I think that if the best way to know how a person is going to treat you is just watch them treat other people,
Hmm.
watch them in different scenarios and situations, see if they are willing to compromise in other situations, right? If they're having a hard time if they're having a hard time um when they go out in public and they're having a hard time dealing with people, they're definitely going to have a hard time dealing with you.
Yeah.
Like if they need you to be around people, that's a problem.
Hmm.
So I think that what we have to do as people is just focus on, like I'll say this. You always hear people always say, like, with the Umar Johnson, that all men cheat, or all men are dogs, or all or yeah, men are this or men are that. And I always tell women, I say, well, maybe if you change the type of men that you pursue,
Right.
maybe you might get a different outcome. Like if you're not looking for that type, like are you searching for the type of guy, or are those the only type of men that are around you? Or do you
Right.
feel like you have to be with someone? So like, it's in and so that's what I say about the whole thing with Marianne and stuff. It's like She was enamored with this man.
Hmm.
She thought this man. She saw she. I wish you could see the image of her at the end of the movie, where she had that light in her eye when she was looking at him, like that. You know that look that women have when they like it's just in love with a guy. She had that look in her eyes with him, just like some of the other women that he got caught up with. Look,
That or a meal ticket as well.
yeah, like the way she was looking at him. You, if you, at the end of that movie, if you, I think I got a screenshot of it, but 'cause I'm gonna use it on my show. But if you look at her at the end of that movie, where she had all those different images of people, right? Look at how she's looking at him, looking up at him. That is how a woman looks at a man that she's in love with.
Uh, or try to give the benefit of the doubt, or somebody that has bigger plans, that sees her meal ticket and whatnot. I just can't
Wait,
see
that's not.
anyone looking at Umar like,
Wait, let me find it because I screen captured it. Let's
okay,
see.
yeah, yeah, you know what? That might be easy.
Yeah, that might help you. That might help you out. Let's see.
I, man, I don't know.
Yeah, when you see it, you're gonna be like, I never noticed that.
And what time frame are you putting that picture? You said.
It was way before the movie. Like she added movies at the end of the. She added clips of images of him with people at the end, and then she had it of her. And so let me
Was it
make.
the last picture?
No, it wasn't the last picture. So
Okay,
I got
that
it.
matters. That matters. I, while you're looking for that as well,
Okay, I found it.
you got it. Okay, is that
So
where
this
I gotta
this is
put it up?
this is how she
Man,
looked. This is how she looked
where
when
are
she
you?
was young. Like she don't look like this anymore. But this is
Did
one.
you put something up here?
No, it's I'm coming. I'm coming.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man.
Okay,
I'll be ready.
I gotta make sure that I click on the right one.
All right. So, end of the movie, Awaken. There are some photos there.
Yeah, but
Um,
look how she looked back then. Like, remember I told you she was in the movie and she had a wig on.
mhm.
This ain't one of them. But let me
Oh
see.
boy.
Let me see if I
And so
can it.
she got the pictures at the end of the movie.
Yeah, like different pictures of him with different people. But
Yeah,
this
I
is
remember. I saw that. I'm just wondering. I didn't even look at the pictures that closely. It was more for me, kind of like, okay, these are the people in the film, no big
listen.
deal.
I am a analytical person. It's I'm a Berkeley woman, so
All right,
that's what we that's just what we do. But I just wanted the image, the
man,
file.
you guys, women scare me, man. God damn, things that I don't even give a shit about, that I don't think about. You guys got a whole case study on, man. That is some
Well,
scary shit.
well, we just pay attention to things.
Pay attention too, but damn, it's like when the line from paying attention to like just
Okay,
being straight out spying on motherfuckers. Oh,
so
there it is.
this is an older picture of her standing with him, but she put it at the end of the movie, and I screen captured her. She didn't look like this.
That is probably the best picture I've seen of her.
Yes,
Talking of all the interviews and everything as well.
right. But look, this is an older picture because his hair don't look like this anymore.
Right, right. Damn, what he looks a little thinner,
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah. This is a while ago. And then like in the movie, she remember I told you like you didn't recognize her, but she was his attorney in the movie, and she had on a
Yeah, I
wig.
wasn't even looking that
And
close. Yeah,
then
yeah.
there was a scene where they was in the barbershop, and I could see her in the mirror. Remember, I was like two cameras, and
Yes, yes.
mirror, and then she was in the back, and she was standing there, and she was smiling. She was like, when they was recording that scene. So, and then like you fast forward to how she looks now, it's like, God damn, what happened? I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be real to you what really happened, and it happens to a lot of us women, you know what I'm saying?
Wait. Before you do, I'm curious to know what the smile was in the mirror. Because I've seen it. I just saw it in the sake of, oh, that's her in the mirror. You can see the reflection. But if you
Okay,
saw her face, a
now,
certain
now,
smile, how would you describe
now,
that?
the good part about this is because I was preparing for my other show
Oh
that
boy.
was clipped.
All right.
So let me see. Let me go to my handy dandy old download folder that says my
Man,
movie.
this is gonna be an extravaganza on. Hey, people, on Sunday, come out and see Josephine's show
Okay,
about Awaken.
yeah, let's
She, and
download
I'll
it.
remind you, this is a person who just missed the whole movie. Like she
Yeah,
just
yeah, I
not,
showed it. Like,
not doing the show.
I was like, what's the point?
That's
I,
fucking hilarious.
I saw him rubbing a woman's leg, and I almost threw up in my mouth. I was like,
That's
ugh.
hilarious. Oh my goodness.
Okay, let me see if I can find the barbershop clip. Do. That's him driving. Let's see.
Nothing's showing up here yet, by the way. You didn't
I
put
know
it
I
there.
haven't put it up there yet because I have everything clipped and then I have it named.
Wow, doing some Lennon files.
Okay. All right, let me go over here to the. I'm gonna take this down, remove from the studio, then share a video file now. Let's see. Downloads.
Josephine on the ones and twos.
I know. See.
She's on the ones.
All right, let's see where. I'll just type in what it's called, Barber.
And
Look, you know
wait,
the name though.
Barber,
Yeah, I named it Barbershop. Okay, there it
is
is.
that where they were? I can't. I thought they were in a house, but all right. Oh boy. He walks weird. What is that? I'm drumming too.
Good to see you, man. It's been a while. Yes, sir. Yes,
Oh boy.
sir. Good to see you, man.
Now pay attention to the mirror.
Oh right.
How's everything been?
Don't focus on him. Just focus on the mirror. The one behind the barber.
Or on the left.
Right now, do you see her in the back with her hands on her hip? That's her.
Good to see you, little brother.
Now he's gonna
I
sit
just.
there. He's gonna sit
Sorry, man.
there, but she's still gonna be in the background. You see her in the
I can't
background.
complain. I heard
Yeah.
LeBron coming back
Now
to
watch.
Cleveland.
She's
What's up
gonna
with that?
when he turns. He's
Yeah, that's what they saying. I mean, that's what
Let me
I
blow
hear.
up the screen.
Okay. They probably want to play with the Suns or something.
see her smiling in the
Yes, sir.
background with her hands on
Yes,
her
sir. How
hip.
you been, man?
Was she?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do see that. I
Yes,
do see
sir.
that.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah.
sir. I heard
I
LeBron
do.
think about coming back to
Uh-huh.
Cleveland, man.
She looks like she's talking or something.
Okay. It'd
She's
be a
she's
nice
not
look,
engaged in what's going on.
finish at home because that's where you started.
Well, you
You know
don't
what I
pay
mean? But
attention. Keep
I
watching
just been
because
doing
they
the
gonna
same
move the
thing, man.
camera
Helping
over
parents
there.
with their kids, staying off special ed, off the
And
medication.
she walks away.
Still a lot of that work in the
Now
schools
she
and
gonna
Right.
come.
whatnot.
She gonna come
About to
back.
do another trip to Africa soon. Group trip. You know what I mean? Yeah, man.
See, now
Pretty
that's the
good, man.
camera phone.
Ethiopia,
Look,
South Africa, Nigeria, Senegal.
now
Good.
I just do
you
it to
see
help
they
black
recorded
people
it with a
reacclimate
camera
to the
phone because
motherland.
now she's facing the guy with the hat on. See, that's how I
Absolutely,
figured out they
absolutely. Yes,
recorded it
sir.
with an iPhone.
But I know you working. You got the young bro, so I ain't gonna hold you, man. But I had to slide
See,
through to holler at you, man, before I got up out of
okay.
here. Yes, sir.
Even
No,
that
I
exchange
cut
is
it
fine.
there. Yeah, I cut it there because I was trying to point out the second camera. So like there was a woman with a camera with an iPhone camera, and then there's somebody right there with a camera. See them? So like if you kind of go back a little bit, like if you
Okay.
kinda go back, you will see
That
there's
guy?
the white guy, the white shirt in the background. Then you see her.
Okay.
Then let me move it
Oh
slowly.
wait, I'm looking at the wrong one.
So
She
you
is directed.
no, yeah, she is smiling away in the background. And then, they got rid of the little boy. Now you about to see because she's gonna switch the camera. So you see somebody next to her holding the camera. So this whole thing was videotaped on a phone.
It's
All right.
hilarious. You should go back to when the little boy passed him. He moved back from that little boy like it was a disease.
Yep. And so you see, okay, so she see the camera now. You're gonna see that lady. Now you see the lady in red behind her. She got a camera phone too. So watch it's gonna switch scenes because once she moves into this mirror, it's gonna face the guy with the red cap on. Watch.
All right.
Let's see.
I know, right, Emmanuel?
Okay, let's see. You're gonna see her move.
So that's what show. She's looking
Okay, you
through
see
the
her?
reflection of the reflection. All
Yeah.
right, just
Do
like
you
the
see the
flicker.
lady? Okay. Now you see her holding the phone.
I do, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Switch to him.
Wearing orange and yellow.
See how it switched to him because she's recording. So the whole movie was recorded.
How'd they
Record-
do the edits? Did they slice that up and then put it together from different sources? Or is there an app that does that shit?
Man, listen. All I know is that there's two cell phones and they're iPhones, and so like right now, how I'm chopping it up, I'm chopping it up in Canva because I'm going through it and I can split it. Each scene I can split it, but it I can see how they pieced it together too. Like I literally
Yeah.
tell you because I have it all like spread it out in this app. So I have the whole movie spread it out. I could see where they added the transition. so
Damn. To her
so
list of credits, she could put camera woman.
who?
Marianne on her all writer, director, producer, camera woman,
Well, see,
editor.
the other lady's holding the camera, and then that's a guy holding the camera. See that? So it's two cameras at the same time
Hmm.
recording it. So yeah, that's another. It's look. I didn't splice this movie up in like different splices.
Yeah. This is gonna be interesting. Sunday, folks.
Now
Sunday.
this is splicing, but right now what was doing earlier before I came to this live, before I went to my other live, to the other live,
Hmm.
to this live,
Hmm.
is I'm slicing it up so I can add like gifts to certain parts of it that I think is hilarious. So
Gifts.
I can give you a sneak peek.
Sure, if you want to, if you're one of these people, I feel like if you're going to put on a show, you're going to do it regardless. So it doesn't matter if you do a little preview. So I'm certainly down for that. But I know there's people like, no, I'm doing it on
Yeah,
Sunday. It's like, yeah, I can feel that shit.
No, but no, it's on it's still in the cut. But by tomorrow it should be done completely. But what I'm doing is I'm cutting the movie up in pieces so that because the sector has a shorter attention span. They ain't finna gonna
Uh-huh.
sit and watch the whole movie. So what I'm
Damn sector.
I'm clipping and cutting out like certain things and certain things that's funny. Like for example, they have that scene where he had all them people coming in and uh shaking his hand, of course.
Holy shit.
That. So let me go back to where I was at on here so I could kind of
Like that's under your control.
who
You know what I'm saying? As a writer, director, the stuff that you had to put up with, the amount of times and everybody shake, you had control of that. You know what I'm saying? It's
exactly.
like, come on, man.
Let me see if I can share my is it? I want to share the window. Okay, this is the window. Okay. All right. So, do you see it?
Oh, well, look at you in the editing booth. All right.
Yeah, so this is me. So like in this software, right? So remember this part. So what I'm gonna do is
yeah.
that shit was too long. So I think I already cut.
The music was obnoxious.
Yeah, the music was conscious. So I need to go all the way to about. Let me see about right. Let's see. Maybe I cut this part already. Okay, yeah, I did. Cause see, I cut it, and then what I'm gonna do is let me make it go fast. So yeah. So then now I'm on this part where the woman was talking about I'm gonna skip past, I'm gonna cut him out.
Who was trying to put my son on IEP?
So
She's talking about what?
My name is Rebecca. I really enjoyed your lecture.
Thank you.
so remember this part? So
Yeah.
Hello, hi Dr.
So that's about 9:49, right? See that transition right there?
Even that dialogue, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna split it. So I just split it, and so it should go into just her.
Oh, hi Dr. Jermaine.
How are you, Queen? What is your name?
My name is Rebecca. I really enjoyed your lecture.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, I did want to
Even this.
So like right here, let me kind of. So she, she starts talking to him. See that how she did that little transition, and you catch it about one probably right there. Then I'll split it, and then like it'll just play. See, so yeah, so I'm splitting it up and just adding a little things to it. Like, for example, let me go to the beginning. I got my little Michael Jackson in the corner, you know what I'm saying? Get ready.
That is hilarious.
And then this guy, I cut him out, but I had to point out
You didn't use them at all?
well, no, I'm gonna put something there, but you see right here, I had to point out that there was a struggle meal right here,
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And I don't think you noticed the struggle meal watch. So
Oh, okay. Oh, you're at okay. I see.
my editing, yeah. So that's pretty much what I'll be working on tomorrow until
Oh my God, this thing really there's something about this story really took you, man. Golly. Somebody who was like, yeah, you're like, you deep dove into this motherfucker.
yeah. So that's pretty much, So I decided to use it as entertainment, entertain the sector a little bit. And then I have a co-host who's co-hosting it with me.
Oh, who's that?
Yeah, she didn't watch, so it's gonna be entertaining for her to watch it in real time while I'm doing it, and we just gonna, talk about it and stuff. And just so they I didn't let me add the did I get the thumbnail of it? Let me see.
Thumbnails are dangerous, man.
I know, just to give you a hint, give a hint of it. Just to give it like a little hint. Let me grab this thumbnail.
Right, Emmanuel? Whatever she has cooking up over there.
He's like, what you doing over there? Okay, let me see. Image to file. Okay, and then let me do the desktop. Okay, just to give an idea, I didn't put the names on it yet, but this is just the thumbnail. This is probably kind of give you an idea a little bit.
I'm sure is radio. It's awakened.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna change that. I'm working on it. I'm still, like I said, I'm still fixing it, but yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's nice. That's
So,
good.
so yeah, we eating popcorn over here, you know.
Okay. Okay. That's dope, man. That's dope. People, it's gonna be wild.
You'll be over there, maybe.
Yeah, of course, man.
Sunday. Yeah, Sunday.
I'll be over there. Well,
Yeah,
Sunday's probably good.
I'm trying to decide if I'm gonna use Restream or StreamYard. I'm probably gonna end up using Restream. So
Restream.
yeah, Restream is
Restream.
yeah, Restream
Okay.
is
I
more
don't even think I've heard of
well, it's like StreamYard, but it's called Restream. So I'm gonna have to test it out tomorrow to make sure, because I ain't used it in a while, so I gotta upload my stuff.
it. Yeah.
But yeah, but basically I just had to share out my screen. You know, it's the sector. It's not that serious. You know, we laugh about it, roast, and in the chat, you know, the chat, if they there, they just gonna talk shit, you know. You know how
Yeah, that's dope, man. I'm telling you, I'm excited to see what you come up with, man.
it
Dangerous.
oh, oh well,
I'd do some-
you know,
Probably.
it's they
Um,
convinced me it's it's that time of the year. Like they say that I've taken too much PTO, you know, because
yeah.
they say I only go live once a year. It'd be about right.
Nah, you gotta do better than that, man.
Well, no, because once my other channel starts, you know, popping off, yeah, it's gonna be a different experience.
You hear that, guys? When her channel starts taking off, she's leaving. She's leaving us.
Well, no, I'm gonna still be around. It's just that
I know. I
you know,
know.
it's not gonna be sector adjacent. It's just the topics are different.
It's gonna make you choose last call or me. Same night, Friday, 9 p.m.
No, I'm not. I'm not gonna go live on that channel. I'm just gonna put videos on there and commentary. I'm gonna probably try to do what you're doing, like how you kind of. Cause I peeked your video. I forgot to comment on it, but I watched.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I watched your. I did. I watched it yesterday. I was driving. I watched it, but I watched your video yesterday. When you were talking about the kid that was hung in
Right,
Mississippi.
right. Trey Reed.
So I was, and you know, that was interesting commentary because I didn't, you know, I want to know what happens with, you know, about that because I've heard two conflicting stories. I heard that he did have, you know, injuries, and then all of a sudden there's none.
Right, right. Or even the reverse, is that they're saying that there was nothing. They were very quick to rule it with no suspicions or no foul play.
But
And
see,
then all of a sudden there are reports. But even beyond the secondary autopsy, the people that saw him at the open casket at the funeral said it was inexplicable that there were injuries, that he looked mangled, kind of, so to speak. So they say they have pictures of that. Eyewitness accounts of people who actually saw him in the position that he was, um, what do you call it, set up in, versus like that's not the place it happened. Just the unnatural stance would have been impossible for him to do that as well. And the claim that he possibly had two broken legs at the time too. You know.
yeah, but see, the one thing that you have to, you know, what you don't know that I really know is that you heard the story about them not finding nothing first. I heard the opposite first. When it first came out, I heard that he had injuries and everything. And then I was like, oh, well, and I think I said that on your last show because and then it's like, oh, they came out and said there was none. But I heard first that there was injuries.
Reported by who though? Right?
Yeah, like I was trying to find where the story, like who said it first, because they were like, oh, he had injury, there was and then it was like two kids were hung. Now,
Right. Right. One
and
was a white guy.
yeah, and so that's what they were saying. So that's how I heard it.
And then,
So
but they've also said that there've been a
the
history, of
string
course,
up,
it's Mississippi,
yeah.
but there's been others.
So I think I'm gonna have to talk to one of my relatives that live out there because they might be hearing. He might know something more than I do. I have cousins that live there, but I got a reliable source that lives in
Yeah.
Jackson, Mississippi. Maybe because the news stories, like, you can't really go by what comes out in the news at the beginning. So I think it was foul play because, like you said in your story, they said that he was injured. What did they, or was it you that said he was injured in the dorm, and then the next thing you know, he was hung? Like, which one was it?
Right. Those were the two separate reports that they were saying. When they notified the family, of the situation, they told the family. So the mother said that they told the family that something happened in his dorm, that he was found in his dorm, or
Yeah,
something like that. And then the news would reveal, of course, he was the person from the tree. So then just a whole bunch of weirdness, and it really does reek of uh, conspiracy. And we know when we say conspiracy, it sounds like this big cover up, that has to go up the ladder. But conspiracy is really just the cover up of the real facts. And they seem very quick to hear. Like I said in the video, also, a place like Mississippi who has the history of this sort of stuff from the Jim Crow era before and beyond. If I were the mayor, I'd be like, hey, at the press conference, be like, hey, I know. So all the books are open. I'm going to hire a guy from the NAACP to look over my shoulder for everything that I do so we could be completely accountable. It's just the fact that there's just such a smug thing. And I think perhaps because it's shadowed by the Charlie Kirk incident as well, that there's some sort of resentment. I really do believe in those 48, 72 hours, people were drawing a line in the sand, whether passive aggressive or one way or another, just to say, like, this is where I stand with this, right? So I believe it was overshadowed because of the magnitude of the case that people made it, but also because most places were pushing this narrative as well. And nobody did the work to say that, I encourage everybody to go check out Willie D's podcast when he interviews the chairperson for the new Black Panther Party over there too, and she's really leading, the investigation on this with the family as well. Saying boots on the ground and just some of the things that she's seen as well that have to do with the so-called crime scene. The positioning of the body would be impossible for somebody to be in if in fact he deleted himself.
yeah,
So another thing where more facts are coming out, more questions and answers are being unearthed the more that you look into this thing. And you can't blame anybody for being more suspicious about this case, the outcome, and the goings on in this case because of the history and where it is right there in Mississippi, that it's not so cut and dry. So hope it's not a thing where um, the morgue and all these officials are just brushing off another case and then thinking that the family's stupid without resources and stuff too. I put that thing in about Colin Kaepernick that they could actually investigate and do their own crime. Reason why I say that about Colin Kaepernick is also because his foundation is funding the second autopsy too. So that's another thing that his organization does that I think is very important. Like if they had that resource like 50, 60, 70, 80 years ago, instead of families just taking, whatever their county appointed uh, people at the morgue would give the police the um, the report that they needed or wanted, we'd have a lot more solved, maybe a little more justice back in the day. So, I think that's another good thing too.
yeah. But it's crazy out here. You know what I mean? It's like, you got all these serial killers out here. You got
Hmm.
these white supremacists, serial killers out here. So
Well, that of course the mass offings there, you know, the guy who drove up there, what was it? Um, what strip was it? One of the Carolinas where you drove up and shot up the casinos and everything, and then you have the one, of course, in Michigan. Not only drive through the gates, not only shoot people,
Mhm.
lit the place on fire. On top of that, like everybody trying to outdo the person before. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous, man. Let's see. Right, right. Like, lets you know that is the color. Yeah, or that's the immediate thing that they go to is like the excuse or some bullshit thing. Wool over the eyes. What did he say? The wool over the eyes.
Lorna
Bird.
says, did you hear about the top South African diplomat who apparently jumped out of a secure locked window in a Paris hotel? Curious gives given the case South Africa has against Israel PM in
Mhm.
international court. Oh wow. Prime Minister. No, I haven't heard that one. I'm gonna have to look that one up.
Is this got to be a new development with him? Because did they just get this guy?
Yeah.
Oh wow! So there's obviously something much more to that. I think I haven't looked real deep into that, but I know I think he was just like captured or something like that. I think, and South African wives reported him missing, looking for him. So did you say this has to be a very late development, Lorna? I think this is all very sudden from when they took him in. Also, there was the ICE detained the superintendent. I forgot what the state was. Maybe
Oh,
like
they
some
did.
Midwest thing.
Wow.
Let me see. And this guy is a trip. Let me see if I find him real quickly here. I scooped him up. This Nigerian guy. I don't remember the state now. I kind of think I know, but I might also mess it up. So see if he was popping up in my feed not too long ago. You know what I'm talking about at all? Black
Um,
dude, Nigerian.
nah, I didn't hear about that guy.
It is wild. I don't see him on here. I was going to try to mention him for a little bit on here, but again, don't see it. What I do see covered in the news here, Diddy Combs, 50 months.
Yeah. How you feel about that sentence?
I feel like all that 50 months. Like, come on, man. All the resources, all this stuff. And somebody better keep a tab on Donald Trump and all the expenses that he's costing the U.S. for the hundreds of lawsuits that he's got going on attributed for the taxpayers. But for everything that they're charging or that they tried to charge Diddy on, these federal crimes, I believe the RICO was thrown in there. Anything of the transporting of women or people across the state lines and everything that they were charging him with doesn't seem like much of a sentence. And it'll probably be out in 3.5 years,
Yeah. Yeah.
before you know it.
Yeah, but it's crazy. It's like Donald Trump done way worse than that. What I mean?
Oh
Like
shit.
it's crazy. It's like they
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like I think it needs to be a lot more education because like the laws are just changing in front of us. And I think that they need to just start changing the way, like now sex trafficking. Like for example, so if you meet a girl, right? Basically a woman, and you're talking to her and you have you've been flirting with her and sexual in nature and she says something and then you decide to fly her out with the intent that you're wanting to have relations with her and she doesn't want to have relations with you, but then you kind of press the issue a little bit, that could be sex trafficking. Like it's not, it's
Yeah.
it's gonna be like crazy to see how bad. I think that when you change the laws, you're gonna have, what about those guys that be in the women DMs? Like it's gonna, it's bad.
Yeah.
Sugar Free said that he had to quit pimping. I heard Sugar.
Yeah, I saw that too. He had to retire. Pippen had to retire.
Yeah, he had to retire. They changed the laws, you know what I'm saying? So he had to retire because the laws had changed.
Yeah.
So when a guy like that, he's saying it's over now. I don't think it, like people say, it's because of the Me Too movement, it's this and this and that, it's all these different things. I think it's a combination of social media, people being more accessible, or that this has been going on for a very long time. And
That.
yeah, because cause I ain't never I'm not gonna forget who Hefner. Like, are they gonna go back and take all, charge Don Juan for all the all the hoeing hoes he had? Like, I mean, he took all his hoes to Las Vegas and lost them. Are they going to come back and get him? Those are my questions. I have questions.
And they still haven't dropped that Epstein list.
Yeah,
Also, on top of all this, and this is just nothing new. This is nothing new. There's just a crack in the dam that kind of exposed the system a little bit. Um, P. Diddy, although somewhat powerful individual, is not the most powerful in that game. He just happened to be one of the sacrifices who has to deal with this sort of stuff. So the other one could sort of, reorganize and be free
exactly.
in the meantime. And that's really all this is with that, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah, man. I just whatever. So I wasn't even too invested in that case and who the so-called perceived
me
victims
neither.
were in there too. So I
Because
didn't really care about the sentence.
because I was right, because in the end this was all about, like, really what they couldn't really get him on is domestic violence, basically. It
Right,
was
right,
a
right,
domestic
right, right.
violence case, basically. Because what happened to all those people?
You talk about Smokey Robinson, all these people. What happened to those guys?
All the people, what happened to all the oil? Where was all the baby oil for? Wasn't there like tons of baby oil? Like, what happened?
Baby, they all. I think who posted it on their thing? Was it you? Was it YM who posted something about precisely why people get rich is to be able to do things that way.
That was
You
me.
know.
That was
Oh,
me.
you had it on yours. Well, there you go. See, I remember. Was that a context is everything?
That's how you found out the channel. You like, oh dang, she posted one video on here. That was 11 months ago.
I did. I told you I'd check it out. It wasn't no 11 months ago. I told you I'd check it out, and I wanted to check it out, and I did, man. I did. Be
And
checking it out.
but nah, I mean, I appreciate it. Like I said, I'm trying to build up a little small following over there, and then eventually it will it will pop off a little bit. You know, putting like different things on that channel and just kind of
Gotcha. Gotcha.
I feel like it could do something. And you see, like, it looks all professional over there compared to my other channel. You're like, wait, what?
Does. Wow. You see, for the sector, for us, you did some little half-rate site. The
Well,
next site you're putting out there for the world, you're like, I got to do it this way. Sorry, people.
the second was like a test. Like, I started, like, it was me learning how to do it, and then and then I've started becoming like superly artistic with it, and then I started, building from there. And then like my sector channel is just all over the place. Like, you could tell where I started from and then where I ended up at. And then that channel was just oh yeah, the it just started. Let me
Put the
can
thing up
you
there so
drop
you
it?
get
Let
it.
me see.
Information, man.
Okay.
Okay, I'll get it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you gotta drop
Oh,
it.
did that not even make you a mod over here?
No, no,
All
not yet.
right, I gotta do that. Where am I going? Going to your side. Boom, boom, boom.
Information, man. I just started, like, I just started making movement over there a little bit.
Something for you to check out, information, man. Right here. It's over there. Let me go over here, pin it up. Everybody can get. Oh, oh, there it is. And then, boom. Oops. I'm messing up. I'm messing up. Rookie mistakes.
Like you said,
Um,
rookie mistakes.
rookie mistakes. I'm making rookie mistakes. Let me put your. Hang on, people. I'm with you. I'm with you.
See, this is what you do when, like, when the whole sector is somewhere else right now, and so you secretly drop your channel and everything to the right people.
So oh, you don't mind I did that. You wanted me to do that, right?
Yeah, I wanted you to do that. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
And I was like, oh shit.
They
You
not
know,
good. They'll find it, but it ain't something they gonna be interested in too much. They like effery and stuff. The ones that know who really support it will support it, and then the ones who just so.
yeah, I got you. We'll see. You know, give you
Oh, he said
tips.
you could give me some tips. Okay, cool, cool, cool.
Okay. Yes, Information Man did a video a long time ago on how to boost your views and all that stuff
So
too.
the
I remember
the
Information Man.
channel the channel's premise is that it's context is everything. So basically, it's based on the simple fact that a lot of people get some things that are like not totally in context. Like you might see a short clip. And so my goal is to kind of put it a little bit more in context. Like anytime I see something that doesn't have, just to give you like a whole view of something so that people can make their own informed decisions about things. So you might see something, and so that first video that I lead it with was the video of the guy describing the whole thing about Puff Daddy, because what he was saying basically is that when people get a lot of money, like what do you think rich people gonna do?
Mhm.
Like this is what we as a culture, as a country, this is what we glamorize this stuff. The rappers that we listen to, they glorify pimping, all this. So
Yeah, yeah,
I thought it was a good, like, that guy, he's a pro black, but he definitely pointed out something I thought was interesting, because it's true. Like, even from the music we listened to back then, it's like it glamorized it. Like, you know, they get this money, and then
right. I only did the once through on it, but remember that video that I sent you about the bougie,
oh
the
man,
blacks and all?
I love that video. I sent that to like 5 6 people.
I got to go back in and save it. Google always jumps up. All right, relax, relax. Uh, yeah.
Oh no, LV. No, Lauren. I was in the brackets last year and the year before too. So, like, I've been in the sector forever. So I knew I was gonna be in the bracket. So in the brackets, me and YM are up against each other. But the whole gag is me and YM are the same person.
What the hell are you talking about? What brackets?
Okay, so in our sector,
Okay.
every year LV puts these brackets up where for the queen or the king of the sector. And
Oh,
so it's like he does it based on viewers, which doesn't make any sense, but anyways. And so it's like people in the sector up against certain other people in the sector, but when it comes to the women, you always kind of tell like either the arch nemesis or if it's two people that are like flowing the same. So like me and YM are up against each other. I think Carrie and T Pre are up against each other, and then with the men, like it's
You
just
guys are
something.
hilarious.
Yeah, something can do it every year.
I
So
mean, I don't even know the full extent of sector bullshit. Like this is just another way where I'm just like, oh my god, are you guys for real, dude?
yeah, we have this for like a few years, a couple of years. So yeah, and so like if you out here in the sector doing all kinds of goofy stuff, you gonna probably make these brackets. So there's nothing you can do about it. We don't control it.
Golly,
So
just another level, folks.
he released them. So then he'll eventually do a show, and then people are gonna vote on who goes to the, like, that's basically what it is. It was like a show where everyone's in the comments like voting, trying to get, people like me. I just vote against people. Like there's two people in the sector that I don't want, to be crowned anything in the sector. So I'm gonna vote against those two when that's it. I ain't gonna vote the rest of it.
My God, you guys are on some stuff. Did you oh, by the way, Lady Luck Love had
Uh-huh.
an interview with your buddy Al the other day. Did you see any of
Oh,
that?
yeah, I seen that. Yeah, YM reposted it. I was like, oh Lord. And then it's that old story, old article that he did that was written like somebody were like he was in the 6th grade, and
Hmm.
all his resources came from just 3 content creators.
Yes, yes, he was talking about it. Now, mind you, I just caught bits and pieces of it, and I don't know the whole history of who this guy is and all his,
This
you
jackass.
know,
He has
all,
what it is, he has Asperger. He doesn't want to admit that he's biracial, but he doesn't really tell you what type of biracial he is. And he just sits up here acting like he's like he's better than everything. And he's supposed to be this pro biracial person, and everybody, black people, hate biracials and all this nonsense. And he's just,
this is what he says.
yeah,
That's what
yeah,
he's okay. Okay.
yeah. So I roasted him years ago on Max V's panel because he used to be well, we call him a failed comedian. But
Oh boy.
if you go back to my earlier lives, I did a live on him once. I did like a little video on him where
Okay.
I analyzed the article. I made it into like a little cartoon video.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, that was earlier on when I was learning how to use the software. I needed a test subject, and he was one of them.
Yeah, I could tell, just the arrogance and all of that didn't necessarily say anything new to me or enlighten me anyhow. I don't think that's how he uses his information. I think he uses it to try to separate himself as though he were in a different class. You know,
No, no, we're talking about Al Lanier.
yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, not Alan Logic, Al Lanier. Like, the failed writer slash comedian who's in the sector. Like, but okay, so the article was written like years ago. Like he's talking like it was written yesterday.
Hmm.
How he came into the sector, and if Black Anonymous was here, she could tell you the whole thing. But let me see your transcript, brought him into the sector and did an interview on him, and that's how he ended up here.
Uh,
Ever since, but his article was written based on 4 content creators. Lennon Honor, well, if you want to say AAS, and ENJ, and I think a couple other people. Because if you read the article, you can tell how remedial it is. Like his sources are nothing outside of what he what he's gotten off of live streams.
Okay. And is he just not a talented writer or not good at all?
Well, nah, he ain't. No. You have to read it. Like if you read the article, I know if you see Black Anonymous, she can link you to where the article is. I think I can find it, but when I do, I'll send it to you. But when you read it, you're gonna just be like, really? Like, he ain't saying nothing more than what was already been said, has been said, or whatever. He just regurgitating. And you accidentally end up. Somebody
Yeah.
go.
So at the top of my head, I was like, that's not the button I want. All right.
But anyways, but yeah. So, you definitely, yeah, it would that is right. Like YM, that's her pet peeve right there. Like they found out, like, he was a comedian back in the day, and basically, we call him a failed comedian, but
Was he even good at that? Did he even have like a couple jokes where it was like, all right, yeah, I
no,
can see it? No.
no. If you go back to YM's like earlier channels on Al, when she was here, I would be like, hey, send me those Alan links so I
Look,
can.
women be shopping.
Well,
Women be shopping.
his audience is predominantly white anyway, and he lives like in Hawaii, so he's definitely, I could tell you this because this is a known fact. He's actually an incel, and we think he has a handler because one time he was live.
And
Yeah, because see, I have this actually clipped. But one time he was on a live stream, and then somebody came in there and told him he was too loud and he needed to quiet down.
oh, really? Oh no. Like somebody in the house or a neighbor?
Someone in the house.
Oh shit.
And then, and so
In his mama closet.
he hates us because somebody made a clip of and they was gonna do an interview with him, and they had that movie scene of somebody burning in a wheelchair.
Oh
And
no.
yeah, so he really hates us. Like we slapped him around. Like, but he's
Why would anybody come back to that? I don't get how the sector works, man. Like on some real shit.
because he has Asperger. And so it, like, with people that have that level of autism, they must say focus on something, or it's like in their mind to they don't like
Ah,
adults.
yeah.
Yeah. So
Ah,
you
yeah.
like Big Mama came. Yeah, she sure did. And then there was this one time where he was in the background, he was talking, and he was like, this is my phone, and I'm not telling you what to do on your we're like, what?
With somebody in the house.
Yes, but it wasn't like his woman or anything.
Oh.
So they think it was his nurse, but I think he lives with his mom. Or yeah. So
Oh shit. That's
and there was a time where he cammed up, and then somebody almost came into the camera, and he like kind of looked and tried to shoot them away. Yeah.
Jesus. Nobody lives in peace in the sector. Everybody's like portraying some bullshit.
Man, let me tell you something. If it ain't, yeah, like, we got people in the sector who they're stock gurus, you know what I'm saying? We got people in the sector that work 80 hours a week, supposedly. We got some rich people in the sector, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm sure.
We
Sure.
got
They're all very successful.
we got criminals, we got stalkers in the sector. I mean, we got a Karen in the sector that nobody can seem to get rid of. She just keeps coming back. Now she's hitting panels and sounding crazy. And it's all Lennon's fault because he got rid of her, and now we can't get rid of her.
Oh boy.
So
Yeah. Don't stop. It's just weird to me to be so involved
Emmanuel,
in all that nonsense.
Emmanuel, Robin Hood Bros, Crypto Bros, Robin Hood Bros,
What's Robin
Simulate
Hood, bros?
Simulate app Bros. Oh, that's when people use Robin Hood. I forgot I had money in.
Oh, like conscious energy type of stuff.
Nah, Robinhood is like a thing where you can put like little money in the stocks, but it's like a percentage. I forgot.
Okay.
I forgot like when it first started becoming popular. I put $25 in there, right? And they sent me a terms and conditions. I said, oh damn, I forgot I put $25 in here on Apple stock, right? And I went and checked. It was like $33.
Oh, there you go.
Man, that stock be good. That stock be. I had to look. I said, "Dang, this stock then dropped and went up and dropped and went up. I only made $33." So
$8. Just made $8.
that's it.
That
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it
is.
in because it was $25. So
Don't you have you ever seen these things like you invest 250 and then every day you're on this AI track to make thousands and thousands per month? You ever seen that shit?
man, yeah, I ain't doing that.
I've wanted to do that, but I don't know. I'm like, it can't be that easy.
Like what I want to do is just for fun, right? Is like take out, how, because like you should do this because you'll be rich. Take out
Mm,
the amount of money that every
mm.
time you would get a ticket and you you be paid.
Yeah, yeah.
You take out the amount of money you pay for tickets and just park where you're supposed to, you'll
Mm.
be rich. You'll be like, okay, hold up. Every
Yeah.
week, every week, like that's what I tell people. Like, pick something that you spend like your money on ritually, like, and to just put that to the side,
Mm.
and then see like what happens.
Part of me is like, how do they even advertise? How do they advertise that if it's not true? Like, I don't know.
I don't know. Like, now like Cash App wants, do this whole thing where you pool your money, but you get your friends involved and y'all put y'all money in a pool system. See, they always trying to figure out how to make money off of what people been doing. But I think all of that is pyramid scams. Because
Yeah,
see, to
of
be
course.
honest with you, all you gotta do in life, right, is just calculate how much you will need if you towards the end of your life when you're not planning on ever working, and then how much your medical costs will be as it goes up and rise, and then your and then how much traveling you want to do and all that. If you can calculate that, then that's all you need. Like, some people might only need like a certain amount of money, right? Now, all this, I need $1 billion. I need to be a multimillionaire. And if you're like 50 years old trying to be a multimillionaire, like you sound crazy. Like,
Mhm.
because it's like you're not finna die with it. You know what I mean? If I was superly rich, I'd be paranoid every day. Like, cause I'd be worried.
Yeah,
Like, I'd be worried. Like, I just want it to be like comfortable. Like, I don't want to be more than that. Like, I always think like, we started off with a pamper, eating baby food, and we're gonna go back to that. That's crazy.
yeah,
So, like, we might as well make the best of it, right? And just figure it out, right? And I think that that's why they don't raise the minimum wage. They don't, they still want us to fight to get somewhere.
yeah,
But and because if you think about it, like, let's say I'm a person, right, that all I do is drink and go to work, right? That's all I do. I drink to 11. So my goal would be, if I'm living off, let's say I'm living off of somebody, or whatever, and all I want to do is drink. So I only want to work 4 days a week because that's all I need to do what I'm doing,
mhm,
right? So I don't think that, I think that that's what they base, people's lifestyle on. Like, what are they like willing to do? So like, if a person's an alcoholic, they're gonna be chasing alcohol. They might just work enough to drink.
Right.
Somebody that has a fatted, like to play video games all day, right? That's all they like to do. All they care about is having internet and the ability to play video games and play their bills. That's it, right? That's all they want to do all day. They're only going to work enough to do that, right? So I
Right.
think there's like a formula to this, and that people just ain't figured it out.
Mm.
But
I think. Good. Good.
no, because in my world, right, and this is fantasy, like, but in my world, everybody would have a job, right? But everybody would work only 3.5 hours a week, but they would get paid.
Oh shit! Sign me up.
They would get paid like they worked full time, right?
Right.
Then those who
Got
have,
that stuff in there.
so like, let's say that in your area, these are the only type of job. But if you have a degree, you still get paid more regardless because you have a degree. So like if somebody walked in there and, like, let's say, the only it's only this little warehouse in your area. That's it. If you have a degree and this is the only job in the area that we can offer you, you still get paid more than everybody else. But everybody only works 3.5 hours a week, get paid like full time. Everybody will have a job.
What is it? 3.5 hours a week? How are you getting paid doing anything? 3.5. Are you going somewhere? Are you showing up? There are
Yeah,
other people around.
like, so like you get paid like you work 40 hours a week, but you only working 3.5 hours. You got enough time to rest, enough
From
time
a
to
40-hour week, you're going down to a 3.5-hour week.
right, but you're gonna get paid like 40 hours.
Doesn't matter what you're getting paid. What are you able to do in 3.5 hours a week
Listen,
to
let
even
me
call
tell
yourself a productive human being in
you, but
society?
everybody's working though. So like let's say there's 20 people that need a job. I'm gonna hire all 20 of them. They're gonna work 3.5 hours a week and they're gonna have enough time so they can come to work because they off the other half of the week. They're gonna be willing to come to work because but if they got vices and all this other stuff going on, they may not come to work. That's the problem. So that's why my idea is flawed. So I don't have to find people that will buy into
I don't
this
know.
idea. Listen, let's say I have a
You're
company.
exactly right. People are going to start treating that 3.5 hours as though it's like Monday coming up. It's going to be the same mentality like, fuck, I got to go to work.
But
Three and a
listen,
half hours.
okay, like let's say I have a warehouse, right? And in the warehouse, like
Okay.
let's say this is like just a warehouse job. So you just 3 hours and a half a week, you're just moving merch. That's all you're doing. So let me tell you something. 20 people. Everybody has a job. They work half of the week. They get paid 40 hours a week. And then it's stipulated. I said, listen,
Where's this money coming from?
this is
What
in my
company is going to shell out people that are
listen,
going to represent how many hours they're supposed to be
but
working?
listen, this is my fake reality.
Yeah,
Everybody
but it doesn't stand on anything. You're not.
everybody has good medical insurance. Listen, everybody has good medical insurance. They have enough time to rest. They're working 3.5 hours a week. That's it.
You know how your plan works. This is the only reason. This is the only way your plan will work. If you suggest this plan to the masses and you're up there, you're standing on the stage and you're like, and you will only work 3.5 hours a week, and everybody's clapping, all that shit, and everybody will get paid full-time wages. Everybody's clapping, but all we have to do at the end of the week is sacrifice one person.
See, listen, information man show he feeling me. He knows what I'm talking about. 3 days of work week, 16 hours a day with Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday off. We're doing is mass producing things. And listen, half of the people can work like let's say it's 20 employees, right? Half of them will work Thursday, Friday, and Saturday and Sunday. The other half, and then they could switch off. Listen, I'm just saying, listen, this sounds too good to be true, but I just need
Information man's not saying the same thing you're saying, by the
yeah,
way.
I just need 20 people, right? I think I can create a productive environment. Like they're going to be happy, comfortable, they're going to be able to relax, or
Let me tell you how this is flawed. Wait, let me tell you how this is flawed. When I show up to work early, all right, I need decompressing time before the day even starts. So getting coffee, sitting at the desk by myself, and waving to whoever the hell's passing by, whatever the deal is to put myself in the mood. And then it's not as though when the time you need 3.5 super productive
but
hours.
how but if I'm
Not the type of motherfuckers that be working 8-hour jobs because there's too many breaks in a day.
right, but if I'm giving you 4 days off a week, you telling me you can't be productive for 3.5 hours? I mean, 3.5 days of the
Listen. Other than the Super Bowl,
week.
if you have more time off before the next game, then you're expected to have the energy to be trained. That does not work in the 9 to 5. You more days off does not equal
Okay,
coming back as equally
so,
refreshed.
so how about this? You work part-time, right? You work part-time, you still get paid 40 hours a week, but work part-time, right? And you still have enough time in the day to do decompress. Everyone has a job, everyone's working, everyone has good medical. I'm my business is a $1 billion business. Like just alone, like I don't need all that money. I don't. And see, YM's right, it's socialism. But I don't need all that money. Everybody is doing it's all working itself. It's working. You got time to decompress. You come to work, you decompress, you come to work, you got good medical insurance, you happy because you're not working consistently um day in and day out. Everybody has a job.
So the only reason in this so-called business model of yours that people are getting a full-time wage is because there's just money floating around.
Yes, because I'm
Not because it's a good business model of any
right.
sorts.
No, because I have like if I was like paid, like what would end up happening is they'll put some regulations and try to put me out of business because the government doesn't work, the states don't work that way. Somebody's going to come along and say, we do not like this business model. We want these people to slave and do labor, whatever. But in my world, in my business model, with like I figured out how to
No,
live.
no, you
And
didn't.
I have, and I listen. I just need.
No, you didn't. No,
I
you
reach
didn't.
out. I go out in the club in the world, and I find like let's say it's 100 people. I find 100 people that will go along with this business model. All they want is good medical insurance, the ability to be able to work not as hard, all of that, right? And they're productive because they have time to be with their families. They're not spending all this money on childcare. They're not doing all this because they only have to work 3.5 days a week.
Now you're saying 3.5 days a week. You're
Right.
you're switching up.
Right, that's what I mean. Not 16 hours, like 3 days a week and a half a day. So each day, and then they only working 8 hours a day. Because I'm rich now and I don't care. Like I'm rich now, I'm paid. I just want people to be able to live.
I don't know. I don't know if I want to live in a
Fine.
society where people around me are not working and got as much time off as I do.
Listen,
I'm
happier
not sure I'd sign up for that.
happier people. Come on now. My business is flowing. Everyone's happy.
No, you know what?
They
No.
come to work.
Okay. So back to your original thing. Back to
Yeah.
your original thing that if you think it's just going to create happier people, we know that's not true because
Well,
based on your context is everything, when people do start getting the money and they're comfortable, then it starts to lend themselves to some of those bad or perverse
Right.
behaviors that they weren't able to do.
Right. And that's why I said in my world, I will vet 100 people that share this, that have the same mindset, that think like, if I know somebody that only comes to work to drink, and I know that 3 4 days out of the week they're gonna be drunk and they're not gonna be productive, I'm not gonna hire that person. I want 100 productive people that are happy, that will be
Listen,
happy to work,
that's
who
going to be me. Because you give me 4 days without working, I am partying all 4 days. I'm coming back. The
you know,
day one of the 3.5 days is recovery. That's
but
my first.
but here's the thing: you can do whatever on the other 4 days. You can go travel, spend time with your family, go to
Nope.
the gym, like you're enjoying your livelihood. As long as as long as your livelihood don't infringe on my work, your production at work, that's it. Like that is a ultimate trade-off. Like you should be like, you know what?
It's not a trade-off because you're asking a lot of people that, quite frankly, don't even have that work ethic
Like,
anymore.
exactly, but that's why I said I only need 100 people. Like if I was rich, I would create just a scenario just like that, just because I'm rich. Like I don't need nothing else. I'm just doing it because that's my way of giving back. So I'm gonna create a business, employ people to work. And I'm gonna give them that structure so that they could be happy. They'll be able to enjoy living in their home, purchasing their life, and it's gonna be 100 people that have to buy into what I'm saying. Like you have to be like, it's listen. The only goal here is that 3.5 hours, 3 days, 3 days,
Three and a half days.
3.5 days a week, that you are as productive as you can be for this business
Let me
to
tell you.
go on generating.
Let me tell you what that half day is going to be. That half day is going to be like the day before uh, Christmas break. No. No, you think somebody's coming in for half and productive for half a day?
I'm vetting.
Oh
I'm
shit!
going to vet these people. I'm vetting. Like I'm telling you, you listen. That you just
And
give.
who tells the truth? Who tells the truth on their interview? Like,
Right, but
uh,
listen, you can get 100 people. Listen. I know that there's in um a company in like San Jose that does that. I mean, they literally just be at work. They're just like it's. Let me tell you, them people will be the most productive, happy people. They have gym facility in the. They have health. I have like mental
this
health
is
services over
this
here.
is those are millennials. Those are millennials that don't know no better, man. They don't know hard work. They don't know shit about everything's got to be there. And you know what? That work doesn't even come down to like real work. So whatever that 3.5 days is could probably be reduced to 1 day of a real work day.
Listen,
Of, of,
I'll
of
make
the
that half a day a peer building day where
So you work 1 day, pair building day, then you come back into work the next
that
day, and
half
then
a
you have a
day.
half day. All right. It takes me half a day to wake up fully.
Listen, listen, listen. You would buy it. Listen, it may not be for you, but this is in my world. I would find 100. Listen, if they could find 100 Hispanic people to sit be in the hot sun holding signs and building houses, trust me, how
That's
much.
different. That's different.
Look,
You're those
look,
guys are doing it out of necessity. They got to bring money back home to their
listen,
family and the cartel.
listen.
All right.
Emmanuel knows what I'm talking about. He's like, listen, my son works for a company that has sleep pods. Man, let me tell you, I have sleep pods.
And that's what I'm telling you. This is some millennial shit. This is not nothing for our generation.
No,
We would not fit
but
in.
everybody listen. But here's the big part about it. Everybody that will be working for me will be over the age of 45. That's the best part about it. Like, listen, over 45, right? Good health care. Work the Listen, I can do whatever I want with my money. I'm rich. Like I'm literally, I don't need nothing more than this, other than this is my way of giving back to people. Basically,
This
I'm gonna
is you
create a
come
business.
in, you
Yeah.
got to make your coffee to wake up. You're waking up just around lunchtime. You take an extra lunch, and then you're taking off early in your 3.5 days as well.
But
These are
let,
just three
but here's the
garbage
thing.
days.
But here's the thing, Elsie. Listen. What do you think you would be doing at this company? You think that maybe like if the company I come up with is all you're doing, like it might be a bullshit company. All you doing is making calls. Like it's just gonna be something. That's my way
So
of giving back. Like, listen. I know you work hard at your job. You know, you're not really making that much money. So this is what I'm gonna do. You still gotta live, right? Yeah. You got things that you enjoy, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, this is my way of giving back. I don't want you to work hard. So I'm gonna hire you for this dummy company corporation that I made because I'm rich. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to just give you money.
the
So
Shell Corporation.
Shell Corporation.
uh, never look in the door. Never go in my office ever. You just work out here at this desk. That is wow. 3.5 days. Overtime is 4 days.
Yeah. Overtime is an extra 3. You know what I'm saying?
Overtime is a regular work week for your ass.
Man.
And then you know what happens? You start getting complacent. Then you start complaining about, like, God damn, I have to work fucking 31 hours this week, man. What the fuck is wrong with my boss? Yeah.
You complain, you like, dang, shit, I gotta work 20 hours a week. Shit, this is some bullshit.
This is some bullshit. I gotta look for a new job, yo. They're asking me. They're asking me for too much on this job. Oh shit.
Look, that's what you gotta do, like for your family when you get paid. Listen, I want, I think that's what these rich people sometimes do. They just come up with a little shell company, put their kids over there, and then like you doing something.
3.5. You might as well just have your kids wait in the car for 3.5 days. No babysitting. The school's like, I'll be right back. I gotta do this job thing. Over here. Wait in the car. It's only a half day. It's a half day.
Emmanuel gets it. Thank you, Emmanuel. You gets it. Okay.
He's bullshitting. Emmanuel, stop it. Emmanuel just heard 3.5 and he's like, no, whatever it is, I'm with that. This is what you have to do to be a politician today. You got to promise shit like that. A shorter work week.
Listen, if I met my threshold of living, and I said I'm a millionaire, I'm a millionaire. I'm happy. I can travel. I don't need much, but I have all this extra income. I'm gonna create a company that helps other people. There's people that's just still stuck in that little matrix of livelihood. And if I could just bring I started off small, at 20, 50 people, and it's 100, and it's a job that they all enjoy. They like it.
And what kind of company are you trying to run that doles out more expenses than revenue? Because you're paying for way more people. What type of shit are you selling that it's just that good?
Man, let me tell you something. Shit.
It doesn't matter if you got a profit.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because the whole point is I'm helping people. It doesn't matter because I'm rich already.
All right, you hear this guy. What does it matter then? You got this fake company that can collapse any minute if it's not up for the kindness of the owner.
It's not collapsing because I calculated my life.
Nobody's making money. Nobody's making money. The company's not making money.
The company is making money.
It's a charity.
Listen, that's all. Yeah, exactly. The company's making money, giving and just creating revenue just for the people that's working there consistently. That's it. Because I'm fine. I'm doing good already. I'm
What
just.
kind of
Why would I do that? Because I'm rich.
you know what this is called? This isn't a job. This is nothing to do with the job. This has to do everything about a hobby.
For
You
me,
see, hire people to do a hobby, but they're not doing no job. What are they doing in this little amount of time?
I could be they listen, they could be running, I could be running a social media company. I could be I
Look,
could
look.
I could listen, we're
I
like
just
the
want to highlight something. I just want to highlight something over here. This is my case in point with the fraud charlatans over here. My brother, he didn't even start the program of 3.5 days. Look at this dude. He's already like trying to cut out a half day. This movie, he wouldn't even last. He wouldn't even be one of your 100 people. The front, the fraud charlatan. He's the type to lie on the fucking resume about yeah he wants to be there. He's like at the interview, the fraud charlatan would be like, why not 4.5 days? He starts the job. He's like, what's up with the half day?
that half day is them giving back to the community or something. Like they have to go out, network with people, something. Like I'm telling you, like it's going to entice just a small collective of people. Is that's what it's going
Fraud don't even have the job yet. He's asking about chopping off a half a day. God damn.
to?
Oh shit, that's hilarious, man.
Yeah. Look, it's all listen, all in the name of content. That's all it is.
Start the job. 3.5 days. Great.
See, you can't see it my way. You just,
At all.
like, if I'm rich already, I'm just wasting my time. I ain't giving
Yeah.
back the shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm rich. I'm chilling. I'm gonna do the things that I love. I ain't gonna be focused on none of that other shit. That's it. I'm talking about what happens if you if billionaires just decided to just give back and just not, like you met your threshold. You got listen, Oprah, you got a million. Oprah can open up a school in another country for free and then send people to school
All right.
and
So
whatever.
it's not about it's
Open a and help the people that is where I'm at, you know, build something.
that's what I'm saying. Are you trying to keep people busy or are you trying to have people have a purposeful life? I know the
What
project charlatans, even the half day would be like the day before summer break.
what if the other 4 days they use it to become more productive, go to
That's
school,
bullshit. In
something
what scenario you're acting like we're in a society where people are constantly trying to
else?
improve themselves? This
Listen,
is not our society.
I didn't say our society. I said that I like it's going to be like a community based, like it's going to like me going out and recruiting like 100 people that are just going to go along with. Listen, people be falling for pyramid scams every day. People be but I can't come up with something that's superly positive that generates
It
enough.
doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't generate anything. It loses
How does it
stuff
lose anything when I'm already doing okay? Like I'm good,
because the overhead, because
right?
no company that has 100 employees pays them more money for the less time and work that they could actually be doing.
Exactly. But listen, but what
I
I'm
wouldn't even come in on that half day either, man. God damn it. You'd have to hire just a half day person.
the
So I'd be
half
like,
listen,
fuck that.
half day is based on building. Like so that half listen, shit, I don't care. That half day it would be
Yeah, you got
all
to think this out.
employees doing something productive together, talking, building. You know what I mean? Like, people may not stay there that long, but the point is that I came up with a business model that's social.
There's no business model.
Listen, man, let me tell you something. Look, it will be a company that generates income, right? But it just
How?
goes back to
How?
people.
How is it generating? It's coming from you.
But I started it. Like
You're playing Monopoly with yourself.
listen,
Is all that is.
but the startup, it might be a social media company. I might get money from advertisement. Who knows?
Hey, but you don't. You don't. And these
Listen,
people that are
let
working
me
with you
tell you
don't.
something. These people be out here selling T-shirts all day. What you know what I'm saying? So
All all day, not 3.5 hours a day or 3 days a week.
listen,
Throughout they're working a real job, real time, and real pay. Your shit just does not work.
listen. All I'm saying is that I'm already rich. If I'm gonna have to pay taxes and give up money anyway,
It's
I
going to be a corny thing. Already rich with love and this and that.
it's just to build community. That's all. That's the reward for me. It's just to build community.
Oh, this is bullshit. No, because you're not built. You're creating lazy, unproductive people
What do
who
you
now just
mean?
have more time to fuck around.
Listen, what do you mean that everybody's over 45, right? What do you mean? Stop trying to kill my dream.
I'm sorry. So, yeah, as a friend, this is not a good thing. I'm saving you potentially.
Listen, I went over to another country, right? And them people live in community. They basically you can have they eat everything that you bring in. They cook it, everything, and then you pay them, but they take all that money just to send their kids to school. That's it. But they have a sense of community.
A sense of community.
Right.
Look, people are.
That's what I'm building it on, a sense of community. I don't care about nothing else. I'm rich. I'm not finna die with all my money.
So you're rich. You're not helping anything by just being rich and giving these mediocre jobs. Nobody using this skill. Nobody actually working.
It might be useful. You know what I mean? It might be. Listen, it might be a community center that I open up, and you just work 3 days a week in the community center. But you got it. It may not be the job for you. You might need an advanced job. You might need a job that requires you to use more brain power. Who knows?
Now, this sounds that's too utopian. Companies do pay more money for less time at work. 4 day work week. That's different. They expect you to have some sort of like to work from home bullshit or some other
Exactly.
stuff, or to
Lorna,
have some sort of flex time.
Lorna, to retain staff, yes, lower their expenses. You might get to work from home. Like, it's just like a job where you get to work from home and all you doing, like,
Maybe.
listen, like that's called sky is the limit with this. You're just focusing on the basic. Like, you got to think farther than that. Of course, the company I come up with is going to be somewhat lucrative because I wouldn't be doing it, but my goal is just to give money back to the community. I don't want it. I've already made my money. I'm good. I
So
can't.
if you're giving somebody money, you're giving them a check for
Just
nothing, not even a job well done, but for doing some mediocre shit. You're not fully replenishing or fulfilling any of their potential to have them work as a function. So anybody that will shell money out to somebody who's willing to work under those conditions
think of
would
it like
not be worth it. It's very faulty.
think of it like this. What if it was like a bunch of older like people, right? Who just didn't have nothing to do, didn't feel too productive in life, just sitting around all
Like a
day.
Walmart greeter.
Yeah, something like that.
What is that?
Or the person that's ringing a bell at whatever. but my goal is to, it's I'm not listen, I'm like, it might be people that's like have disabilities. I don't know, but what I'm saying is, if I could get 100 people to buy into the ideology that, hey, if you work part-time, right, and you don't have to work full-time, find will that be more fulfilling to you, being able to pay all your bills and still enjoying your life, knowing that you don't have to work like a dog to get those things?
And then they're going to show up for work. What do I do? Be shuffling in this fake shell corporation,
Okay, so
photocopying nonsense, filing the same papers over again, and then what?
let me
Just because you created this fake ass position for people to prosper in. That's
okay,
bullshit.
okay, let me come up with a company then.
Bullshit.
Let me come up with a company. Let me come up with a name of something creative, a
What
company.
are you producing? What is your service?
So my service is, because we live in a customer, like we live in a customer service country anyway. That's all we do is provide customer service
Now
anyway.
we got AI to answer the phones and handle your
Right,
problem.
but people still need a human. So, and in this instance, I might, like I said, I might come up with a company that all they do is maybe let's say they protect young people from from engaging with like content that's probably maybe for not for their eyes, to like, maybe I'll come up with a company like that. Let's say I come up with a company that's designed to monitor young people, and then I contract out with schools, and I say, hey, this is my company. We make sure that kids are safe online, right? So basically, this is the company. So I hire people that all they do is make sure that children are safe online, right? Let's say that's all I'm doing, and I get 100 people to buy into it, and all they're doing, making sure that they're safe online. That's all they're doing, providing safety, whatever. Let's say it's a company like that, because I'm rich, and that's my way of
This is
giving.
all. This is all you can say.
Right? And
So
I
I'm rich.
yeah, and I came up with a nonprofit company, and I decided to hire a
Listen,
hundred
listen.
people just to work part time, so they can have fulfilling lives, and that's
Your
just
your fulfillment would be the same fulfillment as throwing $1 million from a helicopter. All right, all
okay.
right. Be the
Oh,
same.
but
Dude,
here's the thing. Last call. If I don't do that, I'm gonna have to pay taxes on my money.
you
And
see, you're doing loopholes.
but
It's not even coming from a good place.
if I if I'm gonna have to write it off, I might as well do something positive, right?
Look at you. Look at you guys. Look at you, Emmanuel, Cece. Your president's going to be arrested at her 3.5 day job site on their half day. She's going to get arrested.
Listen, let me tell you something. There's already a lot of companies out here that's capped. There's a lot of nonprofit, a lot of grant companies and stuff like that. All I'm
This
just
is
trying to tell you
this is
is,
sounding very FDMG-ish.
no, but I'm rich now. Like, I'm not like trying
You
to
guys keep hearing
get
I'm rich now. I'm rich, bitch. I'm rich now. That's your justification. And this is the problem of why certain people just cannot have money. Because all your solution, all everything you got, I'm rich. Why would you? I'm rich.
well,
Listen,
I'm
listen, this means something to
not
you.
gonna die with it. I can't take it with me. Already, like, you're talking to somebody that already calculated for the end of her life how much everything would cost to do everything that she wants to do. I'm middle aged. I just came into the large sums of money, and this is my way of giving back. And I came up with a community.
Sounds
And
like very money laundering to me.
money laundering.
Yeah, you're gonna free Josephine. Yeah, if you're working a manual, you're gonna want your billionaire boss free so you can get those free paychecks. It sounds very Ponzi-ish to me.
No, it's not. I'm just telling you that that's just how I see it. Like, you know what I'm saying? And then, you'll be working for me too, because you'll be sitting there alongside me watching me uh make this work. And you'll be like, why are all these people just so happy to be here?
Not doing nothing.
they will
I'd
be.
be happy if I went to work and didn't do shit, and there was no accountability. Like if I
No,
fucked up,
there is accountability, because that's the benefit of working, that not working full time. Like, listen,
what's
you're
the
gonna
accountability?
be accountable to this job. You're gonna be on time. You're going to do these things, because these are the benefits that I'm willing to give you. Like, jobs give benefits all the time. Some jobs give sick time. I
Listen to this bullshit. Listen to what you just said. You said they're going to come in and do this work, and they're going to do it because I'm going to pay this. Unlike any other job that people work for 5 days a week or 6 days a week, that is the deal. You show up for work, you get benefits, you get a paycheck. That is no different than what anybody else is doing during the course of the week.
But what I'm telling you is, like, if I had let's say I had a warehouse, and I was moving like goods, like, instead of
It sounds very crack. What? Kind of drug dealing, your warehouse, and you're distributing. What are you talking about?
listen, you talking to a hustler anyway.
A cartel shit. It's not even legal.
Listen, if I had a warehouse, right, and I owned the company, right,
Of
and
what?
my goods, you know, go into stores, and I hire warehouse workers, right, and I'm saying, listen, there are 20
Uh,
people that want a job, but because I hire only of everybody needs to work 40 hours a week to make the amount of money they want to make. So, I mean, to live. And so I say, you know what, I only can hire only 10 of y'all, and that's it. But if I say, hey, you know what, y'all all need jobs. So here's what I'm going to do. I don't have as much, so I'm gonna have you guys work part time. You're gonna work half part time. You're gonna work part time. I'm gonna still pay you like you work 40 hours a week. Now everybody has a job. Everybody should be happy, because now everybody can work. My job numbers will
that
look
just
great.
doesn't make sense. That's not a.
Numbers will look, so you're telling me that we benefit because there's people that just don't work, and they have to survive, and it's the survival of the fittest. That's basically what you're saying. So if you got 10 jobs,
That's what work is.
no, it's not what that. Listen, that's what capitalism is.
I don't want a bunch of incompetence
That's what.
around what I'm doing.
But the whole point is, are you telling me in the world that I would not be able to find, out of the millions of billions of people in the world, you telling me I wouldn't be able to find 100 competent people? And that's all I was looking for.
You'd be hard pressed.
Man, listen,
You'd be hard pressed.
if we can find some people that come from another country
Oh,
to
now you're outsourcing.
no,
Very un-American.
I'm just using that as an example. Like, if we can get people who can commit to working on a cruise ship for almost pennies on a dollar and for tips, right? You telling me that I can't find people in the United States that be willing and just to have a job, and just and I lay it out to them like, listen, 4 days a week you could spend with your listen, 3.5 days a week you could be with your family. I just need you to be here for 3.5 weeks to commit to what I need you to do to make my company successful. That's all I'm asking. And this is what I'm willing to give you to do that. And I want to make sure that not just you have a job, but everyone in this small community in town right here have a job, because and it's a sense of community. So you can help when somebody needs help moving. You guys will, because I'm gonna that half a day is all about building and building relationships. I'm telling you that I just need
That
only 100 people that's down for it. You
that
telling
half a day is about an early lunch. That's what that day is. It's about an early lunch getting out of there.
you are a pessimist. You are
So
not
if you
optimistic about what I'm trying to do. I said this is it, and I also started off by saying in my
let me see if
world.
I can do some math over here about what you're doing. I want some math to know the job of what these 100 people could do in 3.5 hours, 3.5 days a week. To how many people does that reduce
Listen,
to an 8 hour full day?
listen, temp agencies hire people, contract positions for people. Temp agencies do. They hire
Well,
these contract people and then they take a little money off the top and they know that they and to make billions of dollars off of these people. And I'm saying, listen, I don't need all of that. I just need a little bit, but they a little bit. My numbers are still afloat. I'm not trying to triple or quadruple the money that I'm making, right? You can afford these parents will be able to afford to send their kids through college. They'll have time to spend time with their family. They're only committed to working to giving me 3.5 days a week. That's it. And they're going
hmm,
to have disposable income, like Lorna said, to raise the little community, and the people in my community is going to be happy.
no. And this is also a lot of wishful thinking because you think people are going to do the right thing with this money. You think everybody's going to be community oriented, or they're going to all put their money in the same pot
Not, not,
of
not,
what your objective is. That's not what happens in life,
not,
man.
listen, not everybody. That's the reason why I'm going to vet. Like, think of it like this: there's communities in the United States. Like, there's a community like near me where it's like these black folks. They got money. They all live in peace, peaceful, whatever, but they just got money. Like they got, they drive nice cars on Sunday when you drive in the neighborhood, and they're all like business owners. They got money. They got money. And I'm saying to myself is
You're rich.
build, well, they're not that rich over there in that area. But they have, they do have $1 million homes over there. And what I'm trying to say, I live near a couple of $1 million homes. But what I'm trying to say is that in my world, if I was and money was dropped in my lap and I was just successful and I was $1 billion, I don't, if you make over $100,000 a year, you don't have to pay into the pot, into Social Security and none of that shit. I'm saying bump that. I'm I'm going to help the community. I'm paid now. I'm comfortable. I can't die with it. All I can do is travel, have a good time. I don't have a huge family anymore. So I'm going to use my money, my resources to build community, and how this is how I'm going to do it.
Ugh, I,
Stop being
I,
against it. That's like, and listen, if I made that decision and it's my money, and let's say you're good, and and I'm over here and I'm like, yeah, I got this going on, and you're like, oh, I bet you those people don't work. I'm like, would you, it's my money. What what you worried about it for? I know when
I,
you know what I'm saying? I know you don't care about those things. You rather pay taxes and be taxed and everything else. I decided that I just wanted to build community. I know we live in an individual society here. I just decided that this is what I'm going to do until the tax man try to come after me.
all right, you just got a community based on nothing. It's not.
Yeah,
It's definitely
I'm
because you know what? It's
making
not built. It's not built on hard work. That's for sure. For
man.
3.5 days a week.
You think that you have to listen? What about the job? Listen, there are states like Arizona, Texas that hire people to work 30 hours a week and consider that full time. and they have to live with 3 people just to make it to get and have an apartment. And you're telling me that I can't up their wages and give them more time off so that they would enjoy coming to work, because that's
It's
what
got to be compatible with society.
it
It's
don't
got to
have
be
to be.
somewhat comparable. You have to answer to
Who?
uh you have to answer to what society's norm. So if they're doing some shit at
It's
your
like,
company and they're
no,
getting paid 10 times more than they are at another company,
I
you
didn't,
got to explain that.
10 times more. It's because I want to. They can't stop me from doing what I
See,
want.
what the hell? You can't. There's no because I want to. There's market value.
There is no law that says that. Listen, there are people that gamble their money away.
I don't know. I don't like it.
Listen, there's people that gamble their money away. There's people that drink their money away.
You're trying to force your individualism. You see, Emmanuel thinks he has a job at your company, first of all.
Listen, Emmanuel is coming to work for me and not you. That's all that matters.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Emmanuel, don't get cozy, dude. Don't go fighting like you're just gonna go over there and get a job at Josephine's do nothing company. All right. You sound like you're you know your schedule's gonna be Monday, laser tag. Tuesday, fucking bumper cars. Like you're just not gonna do anything productive in that
Listen,
place.
let me tell you something. On that half a day, I'm making everybody do escape room.
You see this
I need to
bullshit?
learn. I need to learn to see if my
You know what
work
this is? You know what
matches
this is?
each
You know
other.
what this is?
What?
Josephine, Josephine, Josephine's trying to hire 100 friends.
I don't have 100 friends to hire.
You're trying to hire. You're trying to
Listen, I'm hiring,
fake pay for these guys, but you're just hiring friends.
and then after 6 months, after I get my evaluators together, we're gonna all sit down and talk about how this actually worked and how it what didn't work and what did work and how we can improve and 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 then because at the end of the day, I'm a scientist, like like this will be the ultimate experiment of all time.
There's no experiments.
This will be better than that experiment where they did in California, where they made students guards, and then the other ones inmates. Like this
Yeah,
man,
yeah,
this will be the ultimate. This will be better than the Tuskegee experience. Like this will be like the
yeah.
ultimate.
It's a lazy experiment. Is what this was.
Building community has nothing to do with friends. They're outside the country, the United States, like places like Asia and places like in some parts of Africa, they have community. When they live in communities, they have somewhat of a barter system still, even though they have money or whatever. I'm saying that we live in an individualistic society, and if I had money, I would build a space. I would carve a little space somewhere and build a small community, and that's how I would utilize my resources. That's what I would chose to do with it. It
Yeah.
wouldn't be about money for me.
It'd be like a restaurant and you didn't have to serve any food.
No, it would be a restaurant that
You just worked in the restaurant.
Well, listen, but there would be food there. Food would be purchased. I would make money. People would be charged, but then my employees would not have to work for tips. They would get paid.
They wouldn't have to work at all.
No, they would be working. They just wouldn't be working 40 hours a week. That's all it is. I'm just saying, listen, you work part-time and I would pay you like you working full-time. How about that? Like how enticing that is.
It doesn't make sense.
Let me tell you something. McDonald's in my area, listen, minimum wage is about $7 an hour. McDonald's stars you out in my area $15 an hour, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But they do not. Those people do not work 40 hours a week. Here I come with my little McJoe right next to it. I build a McJoe, a hamburger joint, and I say, "Hey, I'm gonna pay you that amount of. I'm gonna pay you the same amount of money as somebody making 40 hours a week for at a restaurant called McJoe's, not McDonald's, McJoe's, and you only got to work 3.5. And I'm going to employ my employees. There's going to be about double the amount of workers working there than the McDonald's, who's struggling to get employees for the same, and people are making $14 an hour, and they're not even working part-time. They can barely rent in my area, so they have to bus or get a ride over into that area or hire mostly students. Who
So
you
why not just give just a regular job? Just work 5 days a week.
No, they
Boom.
don't have to work 5 days a week. My goal is to make humanity, make them happy. Nobody wants to work 5 days a week. Nobody does. You don't even want to work 5 days a week.
No, I don't. No, so
You
I don't want nobody else working any less. No,
No, this is about you.
you think I want to hear about you with the afternoon off? I'll
Okay,
be like, oh,
how about this? You'll be the first person I hire.
all right, maybe now we're talking.
Okay.
In a managerial position, I think.
Yeah, managerial position, and I will require you to make sure that you are doing on that half a day that when I do my escape room, that you DJ that half a day every. You probably will be trying to work overtime because you like
Yeah.
that.
Lunchtime DJ. I DJ. No, we worked a half day, and the next half I'm DJ. Ah, shit.
Yeah, it's funny.
That is some funny shit. Well, I'm not sold on your idea by any means,
Yeah, that's because in your mind, you have to work 5 days a week.
Yeah, I might be part of it.
In my mind, I'm saying you will not be working 5 days a week as long as I had. If it was up to me.
All right, maybe. We'll see how it goes, man.
And the only catch is that you will not be getting tickets.
Yeah, that's an issue, man. That is an issue. Good God. Like universal income. Yeah. I get on. Yeah, I know that program, Lord. That they do stuff, but Josephine's talking about not that. She's talking about some
I'm just doing it a different
wacky
way.
Charlie in the Chocolate Factory working side bullshit.
I'm still trying to have people be productive at the same time. They're still feeling like they're adding, they're participating in society, but they're just a little bit more happier. That's all it is. I know.
Yeah,
Listen, I would be happy if I worked part-time, because then I'll have time to
of
do
course. And you have the history of working a real job. The programs, by the way, of where this is like Norway, all the other advanced socialist countries that do this sort of shit. Our foundation in America is not that of people that you can just all of a sudden have work for 3 days. All right, we were brought up on that.
Exactly.
That's not our shit.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you. All I'm doing is I'm gonna vet these people. I'm sure that there's people out here that think like me, that only want to work part-time and make more money so they can spend more time. I want to do something. It's called work-life balance, right? I want to make more work. I want to take work-life balance to another level. That's basically what it is.
Yeah,
There
and
you
the
go.
balances, they're not coming in to work the rest of the days. That's how they balance that. I'm not up for any job that's going to get paid as much as me and work less hours. Fuck that.
Well, you have no choice because you can't control what I do. Listen, you gonna be complaining to your job. That Joe over there, that's a damn shame. She paying them back. I'm gonna go over there.
You know, there's gonna be a brick in the window every week that you don't even know where it comes from. You guys are just gonna come off your 4 days like, what the fuck is this?
I'm gonna
It's
have
another brick.
cameras.
All right, well, we'll find another way. Then you're gonna have to hire security. How are you gonna run security? They're gonna work 3.5 days a week too.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm gonna have more. I'm gonna have the double amount of security. I'm gonna have double the coverage.
Now you're hiring all these people,
Right,
and
because
then you have no revenue coming
I'm
in.
I'm trying to cure the unemployment issue that may occur.
So you solve the unemployment
Yeah.
by employing them to do nothing. Awesome.
Well, I didn't say we're gonna do nothing. We just haven't came up with the company yet. You see, you're stuck on that because you're like, well, you're not gonna. I said no. We're gonna come up with, like I said, if I came up with Mick Joe's and it's next to McDonald's.
Look at the suck ups we have in the chat over here. The allegiance.
He says he gonna need to watch your mouth because you need to. That's right, Emmanuel.
Just the lack of allegiance that we have in this chat is just.
Oh, was your boss? He would have you slay. He'd be like, "I had to work 40 hours a week. You gonna have to work 40 hours a week."
Look at Emmanuel.
And your medical, you're gonna have to pay a deductible before you even actually go see a doctor. And stress? I don't want to hear about that.
Emmanuel will be helping escort me out the building so fast. Like, here's your stapler. Let's go. We forgot. Holy smokes. Well, there you go. You can have an Emmanuel for the hiring. Whatever you want. He's got some loyalty for now. You see when he starts taking off that half day.
It didn't sound Umarish. It didn't sound like a pyramid scam. It sounded like how it should be. That's what it sounded like. Unfortunately, we live in a world where somebody would try to figure out a way to buy me out or just sell me up the river or something. But
Hell yeah.
Because I'll be running it from here and living in another country.
And then turn the company to what it's supposed to be.
Not turning into nothing. Shit. Listen, I'm sure that there's companies like that. It's just that people don't know too much about it.
Yeah. I don't know. It's people that work. Yeah, but that we might as well start winding her down a little bit.
Yep.
Continue this conversation with the people. They're like, all right, get it. But I'd like to know without you guys thinking that you're entitled to a job at Josephine's company if you really support the shell corporation bullshit going on over here, man. Lee. Yo, ladies, gentlemen, everybody, man, thank you for tuning in on another Friday night to the Last Call podcast live with Josephine, the Chatavist, in the house, man. This was great. Had another great time. Discussions, hanging out, going back and forth, everybody's ideas and everything. Glad to be here and do it again. Come back, subscribe, like, share, all that good stuff. Check out my videos, everything that I have. And in just a couple days, we're looking forward to Josephine live that she's going to have. So, Josephine, on our way out, what do you got for me?
Oh, nothing. Thank you for having me up. I enjoyed it. I was looking forward to it. You know what? I was looking forward to this show. So we had a lot of fun. And so
Indeed.
thank you. And thank you for sharing out my other channel. And you guys have a great rest of your night.
Definitely. Check it out. Everybody, thank you. Hope you enjoyed. And we'll definitely see you again on Josephine's channel. If I get the chance to go back and get it, I will post it before I'm out. I think my music's acting a little bit wacky, so I'm probably not going to have a whole lot of that as well. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Josephine, for being here too. And see you on your chat and see you next week. Thank you, everybody. Peace. I don't know how to do it.